Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The needle moved the wrong way. That was the first thing I noticed, not the rain or the blue smear of police lights far behind us, or the way the semi in front of me kept drifting over the white line like the driver was falling asleep in slow motion. It was the gas gauge on my dashboard climbing, not fast, not like a movie, just one tick, then another. I had been driving with the orange low fuel light glowing for 20 minutes, the kind of warning that turns every mile into math. 32 miles left, according to the screen. Then 29. Then 26. I had already started doing that bargain you do with a car, promising it premium if it could just make it to the next exit. Then the range number blinked. 26 became 31. The needle edged upward. I stared at it too long, and the tires hummed over the rumble strip. "Lane," my sister said. I jerked the wheel left. The car snapped back between the lines, and somewhere in the back seat, my nephew made a soft, irritated sound in his sleep. "Sorry," I said. Mara had one hand braced on the dashboard, fingers spread like she had just stopped herself from falling. She looked at me, then at the windshield, then at me again. "What was that?" "Nothing. You almost kissed the guardrail." "I know," I said, "sorry. That's not a plan, Nate. My name is Nathan Pierce, 34, male, from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Though I had been living in Columbus for long enough that my landlord called me an Ohio guy, and my mother still said it like I had moved to a foreign country. I fix commercial HVAC systems for a living, which means I spend a lot of time on roofs, in crawl spaces, in mechanical rooms that smell like dust and hot metal. I am good with problems that have wires, ducts, bad bearings, blown capacitors, something you can touch and test and replace. I am worse with problems that involve people waiting on me. That night, the people waiting on me were in my own car. Mara Pierce, 38, female, my older sister, was in the passenger seat with her rain jacket zipped to her chin, and one sneaker tucked under her like she still thought of my Subaru as a couch. She taught 8th grade science outside Pittsburgh and had the sharp, tired patience of someone who could make 12-year-olds care about erosion. Her son, Owen, 9, male, slept in the back with his forehead pressed to the window, his mouth open, one hand still curled around the strap of his backpack. He had a dinosaur sticker on his cast because he had broken his wrist at recess 2 weeks earlier and was making the injury everyone else's responsibility. We were driving west through Pennsylvania on I-76, the turnpike, somewhere between Bedford and Somerset, heading toward Columbus because Mara's ex had picked that weekend to be unreliable. And Owen had a Monday morning appointment with the pediatric orthopedist near where I lived. It was almost 11:30 at night. The rain was that thin, stubborn kind that doesn't look serious until your wipers have been working for an hour and your shoulders are up around your ears. The inside of the car smelled like wet nylon drive-through coffee, and the faint, sugary rot of Owen's gas station gummy worms. The defroster hissed at the windshield. The wipers dragged with a tired rubber squeak every few seconds. Outside, the road unspooled in black ribbons and white paint, flanked by slopes of dark trees that looked close enough to touch whenever the headlights washed over them. Mara turned down the podcast we weren't really listening to. "Are you falling asleep?" "No." "Then what?" "I thought I saw the fuel range change." "What down?" I checked the dash again because maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I had looked from one display to another and stitched a glitch into something stranger. The gauge sat just below half now. Not empty, not low, half. My hands tightened on the wheel. "That's new," I said. Mara leaned over, her seat belt locking with a small, hard click. "You said we were almost out." "We were." "Then why does it say half a tank?" "I don't know." She looked at me in that way older siblings learn when you are 6, and lying about whether you broke something. "Did you stop for gas while I was asleep?" "Where would I have stopped?" "Don't say it like that." "I was asleep for maybe 20 minutes. "I didn't stop." A spray of water exploded off the rear tires of the semi ahead, misting the windshield. I backed off a little, letting distance open between us. The truck's taillights glowed and blurred, red dots trembling in the wet glass. "Maybe the float stuck," I said. "The what?" "The thing that reads the level in the tank." "So the tank isn't filling up, the gauge is wrong." "I didn't say filling up." "You didn't have to. You've got your machine room face on." "My what?" "The face you make when something mechanical does something it shouldn't, and you're trying not to admit it's weird." I tried to smile. It came out thin. "Could be a sender issue," I said. "Electrical. These dashes lie all the time." "They lie upward. Sometimes." "That's not comforting." "It's not supposed to be. It's just probably boring." That was my private weakness, though I wouldn't have called it that then. I could make anything boring if I needed it to be. I could sand the edges off danger until it was just an inconvenience. Bad brake noise became probably a caliper. A chest pain I ignored for a day became reflux. My father's shaking hands before he died became stress, right up until the hospital used the word stroke. I liked the part of a crisis before it became a crisis, where language could still hold it down. Mara knew that about me. She had hated it since we were kids. The green highway sign ahead glowed through the rain. SOMRCT 12 miles, good, Mara said. We stop at Somerset. Gas, coffee, bathroom. Owen S. been out for an hour. Yeah. I flicked the turn signal on and off, not because I needed it, but because my fingers wanted a switch to touch. Owen stirred behind us. Are we there? Almost, buddy, Mara said, turning around. Her voice changed instantly, softened at the corners. Go back to sleep. I have to pee. Of course you do. I told you at the last place. No, you told me you wanted curly fries. I also had to pee. Mara closed her eyes for half a second. I said, 12 miles. Can you hold it? Owen made the long theatrical sigh of a child who has never known real betrayal. Maybe. Good man. I'm not a man. Good dinosaur. He accepted that and slid back against the seat. A few miles later, the semi took the right lane for a climbing grade and slowed. I moved left to pass. The Subaru's engine gave its modest little groan, the same sound it made any time I asked it to hurry uphill with more than one person inside. For a moment, everything felt normal again. Rain, tires, dashboard glow. Mara checking her phone for service and frowning at one bar. Then I saw the sign. Rest area closed next Service Plaza, 3 miles wait, Mara said. Service Plaza, not exit. Turnpike, I said. They've got plazas between exits. I know that. The sign flashed by. I kept scanning for the blue service signs that usually came next. Gas symbols, food logos, a list of things open late enough to make you forgive the prices. Nothing, just black trees, wet pavement, and the concrete divider running beside us like a low wall. The car's fuel range went from 31 to 38. I didn't mention it. Mara did. It changed again. I saw, Nate, I saw. There was no shoulder for a stretch because of construction barriers. Orange barrels crowded the right lane, every other one wearing a silver stripe that caught our headlights and snapped bright, dark, bright, dark. A temporary sign said lane shift 1 mile, though the lane had already shifted twice. The road narrowed. The sound changed, tires hissing louder between the concrete walls, rainwater slapping underneath the car. The semi we had passed disappeared behind us. Ahead, the highway opened empty. That was when my phone, mounted in the dash cradle, chirped and rerouted. The map had been a simple blue line to Columbus. Now it zoomed out, spun, and decided we were no longer on I-76. The road label vanished. A gray grid appeared where there should have been mountain ridges and township names. Mara leaned in. Why did it do that? GPS gets weird in the mountains. It thinks we're in a field. It thinks a lot of things. Nathan, I hated when she used the whole name. It made me 12. I tapped the screen. The map lagged, then snapped back. The blue route reappeared, but the arrival time had changed from 2:18 a.m. to 3:47 a.m. That's not right, I said. Owen's voice came from the back, small and more awake now. I really have to pee. Okay, Mara said. We're stopping at the plaza. There should be signs, I said. What do you mean should? I mean there should have been another sign by now. The rain thickened. The wipers went from soft squeak to frantic dragging. The road reflected everything back at us, the lane lines, the red glow of the dash, the occasional flash of overhead reflectors, so it felt like we were driving over a dark mirror with just enough traction to stay alive. The gas gauge reached 3/4. Mara saw it happen. Hand went to her mouth, not dramatic, just a quick press of fingers against her lips, like she was holding in a word. Is that dangerous? She asked. If it's actually filling, yeah. How would it actually fill? It wouldn't. But if it did, it wouldn't. But if, I let out a breath through my nose. If fuel is somehow backing into the tank from somewhere else, which is not a thing that happens in a sealed passenger car driving down the highway, then the danger would be pressure or overflow. But we'd smell it. Gasoline, strong. Mara sniffed immediately. I don't smell gas, she said. Neither do I. What do you smell? Coffee, rain, Owen's candy. I can hear you, Owen said. You're meant to. A mile marker appeared on the right, green and clean under the headlights. Mile 106.4, I frowned. What? Mara asked. Nothing. Stop saying that. I thought we were past 106. She looked out her window as if the number might repeat there for confirmation. Maybe you misread it. Maybe. We drove another minute. The road curved right, then left. A small maintenance pull-off appeared beyond the barrels, blocked by a chained gate and 2 striped cones. Behind it sat a white PennDOT pickup with no lights on. Rain hammered the hood. No driver inside that I could see. The next mile marker came up. Mile 106.4 this time, Mara read it aloud. Neither of us said anything after that. The atmosphere in the car changed in a way I could feel against my skin. Owen stopped complaining. Mara held her phone in both hands, screen lighting her face from below, thumb hovering over the emergency call button, but not pressing it yet, because pressing it would mean we were the kind of people who called 911 because numbers on signs made us nervous. I forced myself to look at the facts. Could there be duplicate mile markers in construction? Yes. Could GPS glitch? Yes. Could a fuel sender fail? Absolutely. Could stress make a tired driver misread a sign? Every night, somewhere. Could all of those things happen in the same 10 minutes while the next service plaza failed to appear? Also, yes. Technically. A black SUV appeared behind us. I noticed it first as a pale reflection in the rearview mirror, 2 headlights low and steady, not close enough to tailgate, but close enough that I wondered where it had come from. It stayed with us through the curve. No turn signal. Lane change, just there. Mara twisted slightly. That car was behind us before. I don't know. It was. You were asleep. I'm not asleep now. Owen said, Mom, I know, honey. No, Mom, I really have to go. The road widened suddenly. The construction barrels ended. The right shoulder returned narrow but usable, sloping toward a drainage ditch filled with weeds and rainwater. A blue sign appeared ahead. Service Plaza 1 mile there, Mara said, too quickly. Relief made her voice brittle. There, see. The SUV behind us moved left. Not to pass. Just left enough that its headlights filled my side mirror, bright white and precise. Newer model. Maybe a Tahoe. Maybe an Explorer. Black paint, no front plate I could see through the water. I slowed from 65 to 58. The SUV slowed too. Nate, Mara said quietly, I see it. Don't do anything stupid. I'm not. That's usually what people say right before. I'm just letting them pass. But the SUV did not pass. The Service Plaza exit lane should have appeared with a wide ramp splitting right, lights in the distance, maybe the glow of a canopy over gas pumps. Instead, the shoulder narrowed again, squeezed by a guardrail. The blue sign passed overhead. No ramp, no plaza, just road. Mara made a sound like she had been bumped from inside. Where is it? I checked the dash. The gas gauge was full now. The low fuel light had turned off. The range read 412 miles. My mouth tasted metallic, like I had bitten my cheek, though I hadn't. Owen started crying then, not loud, not tantrum crying. Quiet, scared, embarrassed crying, because he was 9 and needed a bathroom, and the adults were not acting like adults anymore. Mara, I said, keeping my voice level. Call 911. She didn't argue. She pressed the button. The phone rang through the car speakers because it was still paired to Bluetooth. 1 ring, 2, 3, then a click. Emergency services, a woman said, thin with static. What is the address of your emergency? Mara leaned toward the console. We're on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound, near Somerset, but something's wrong with the road. We passed the same mile marker twice, and the service plaza didn't. The call crackled. "Ma'am, you're breaking up." "What mile marker?" Mara looked at me. 106.4, I said. Mara repeated it. A pause. Keyboard clacking faintly on the other end. "Ma'am, I'm showing mile marker 106 westbound near the Somerset interchange." "Are you disabled?" "No," Mara said. "We're moving. But are you able to pull over safely?" The SUV slid closer behind us. Its headlights rose in the mirror as the road dipped, filling the cabin with white glare. I flipped the rearview mirror down, but the side mirrors still caught it. I could hear the dispatcher breathing through the static. "Sir," she said, because maybe she could hear me now. "Can you pull onto the shoulder?" I looked at the shoulder. It was there, technically. Wet gravel, a narrow strip, guardrail, trees beyond. The kind of place you stop when you have no other option. The kind of place where another car could stop behind you. Mara covered the microphone with her hand. "Do we pull over?" The SUV flashed its high beams once. Not a police flash, not a warning, a command. My foot hovered over the brake. Ahead, the highway curved into darker rain. Behind us, the SUV waited, patient as a hand on the back of my neck. Somewhere inside the dash, a relay clicked softly, and the fuel range climbed again, from 412 to 413, as if the car had decided we could keep going forever. The dispatcher's voice returned, sharpened by distance and static. "Sir, if you can safely exit or pull over, do so now." Mara looked at me. Owen sniffled in the back, and I had to choose. Stop on the shoulder like we were told, with that black SUV easing closer behind us, or keep driving toward a service plaza the signs promised, but the road had already swallowed once. I kept both hands on the wheel. The car hummed beneath me, full of fuel it should not have had. I did not pull over. That was the first decision, and even now I can make it sound reasonable if I tell it slowly enough. The shoulder was narrow. The rain was coming harder. There was a black SUV behind us that had already matched my speed twice and flashed its brights like it owned the road. Owen was crying in the back seat. Mara had a dispatcher on speaker telling us to stop, but dispatchers work from maps and policies and boxes they can click on. They were not looking at my side mirror. They could not feel the pressure of those headlights sitting just off our bumper. So I kept driving. "Nathan," Mara said, "I'm not stopping here." The dispatcher's voice crackled through the speakers. "Sir, are you continuing westbound?" "Yes," I said. "There's a vehicle following us." "What kind of vehicle?" "Black SUV, full size, maybe a Tahoe or Explorer, no visible markings." "Is it attempting to stop you?" I checked the mirror again. The SUV held steady, not close enough to call it ramming, not far enough to call it normal. The high beams were off now, but its headlights were sharp and white, cutting through the rain spray. Every time the road dipped, they filled the car like a flashbulb. "It flashed its lights," I said. Once. The dispatcher paused. "That may have been another motorist signaling you to pull over due to a mechanical issue." Mara looked at me sharply. I gripped the wheel. "What mechanical issue?" "Sir, I'm not saying there is one. I'm saying our fuel gauge is malfunctioning," Mara cut in. "It was almost empty, and now it says full." "Are you smelling fuel inside the vehicle?" "No," I said. "Smoke, warning lights, loss of power?" "No." Then Then continue to the next safe, lit area if you don't feel comfortable stopping. I can transfer you to Pennsylvania State Police Turnpike Patrol. Please, Mara said before I could. There was a click, then a long, hollow silence that sounded like the inside of a seashell. The tires hissed, the wipers dragged, the SUV stayed behind us. Owen hiccuped in the back. Mom, I can't hold it. I know, Mara said, twisting in her seat. Just a few more minutes. You said that before. I know I did. It hurts. That landed harder than anything else. Mara's whole face changed. Whatever fear she had been aiming at me folded inward and became mother fear, practical and immediate. She unbuckled halfway, twisting to reach the tote bag on the floor. Don't take your belt off, I said. I'm getting the bottle. What bottle? The empty water bottle. He can use it. Owen made a horrified sound. No, buddy, it's dark. Nobody cares. I care. Then stop drinking blue slushies the size of your head. I told you I had to go. Both of you, I snapped. The words came out louder than I meant. Owen stopped crying for 1 second and made a small, shocked inhale. Mara turned back toward me slowly. Don't, she said. I kept my eyes forward. I'm trying to drive. You're trying to pretend this is under control. That was unfair because it was true. The road curved left along a ridge. Below us, through breaks in the trees, I could see a few house lights scattered in the dark valley. Real lights, normal lights, warm yellow squares in the distance. People inside with televisions on, dishes in sinks, dogs asleep under tables. Close enough to see, too far to reach. Between us and them was a steep wooded drop and a guardrail beaded with rain. The phone clicked again. Pennsylvania State Police, a man said. This is Trooper Wells. Who am I speaking with? This is Nathan Pierce. I'm westbound on the turnpike near Somerset. I'm with my sister and nephew. We're being followed, and I think something's wrong with the highway signs. Mara mouthed something at me. I ignored her. Trooper Wells sounded mid-40s, maybe male, calm in that official way that can either soothe you or make you feel like a child. Mr. Pierce, dispatch advised you reported a possible fuel gauge malfunction and a black SUV behind you. Yes. What mile marker are you passing now? I leaned forward, searching the right shoulder through rain and headlight glare. For several seconds, there was nothing but black drainage ditch and guardrail. Then a marker appeared. Mile 106.4. I did not say it right away. Mara saw it too. She put one hand over her mouth again, this time pressing harder. Mr. Pierce, 106.4, I said, a brief silence. You're still at 106.4. That's what the sign says. Sir, those markers are posted every 1/10 of a mile. You may be seeing a construction marker or a damaged sign. It's the green mile marker, same one. Are you able to give me your GPS location? Mara lifted her phone. Mine says no service now. My map's frozen, I said. Okay, continue driving normally. Do not speed. Do not stop in a travel lane. I'm going to have a patrol unit look for you from the Somerset interchange. Where's the next service plaza? Mara asked, leaning toward the phone. We passed a sign that said 1 mile, but there was no ramp. You should be near the South Somerset Service Plaza, east of the Somerset interchange if you're in that area, Trooper Wells said. That's eastbound, I said. What? The South Somerset Plaza serves eastbound traffic, doesn't it? A pause. I'd have to check the map, he said. It was a tiny thing, but it made the car feel colder. Not because the trooper didn't know every service plaza by heart. That would have been unreasonable. It was his confidence thinning, just enough to hear it. The SUV moved closer. Mara turned. "It's coming up." I tapped the brakes once. Not hard, just enough for my brake lights to flare. The SUV did not back off. "Trooper," I said, "the vehicle is closing distance. Do you see any emergency lights?" "No, do not engage. If it attempts to pass, allow it to pass." "It's not trying to pass." "What's your current speed?" 55. "Maintain that." The steering wheel gave a faint tremor under my hands. I glanced at the temperature gauge, battery light, oil light, everything normal. Then the engine made a sound I had never heard from it before, a hollow gulp, like fuel moving through a pipe too fast. The cabin filled with a faint smell, not gasoline exactly, more like raw fumes outside a lawn mower, oily and sweet, there and gone between breaths. Mara smelled it too. "Nate, I know." The full gas gauge blinked. Once. Then the range jumped from 413 to 566. "That's not a sender," I said before I could stop myself. Mara heard the crack in my voice. "What does that mean?" "It means I don't know," Trooper Wells said. "Mr. Pierce, did you say you smell fuel?" "A little, briefly." "If you smell fuel strongly or see smoke, you need to pull over and evacuate the vehicle." The SUV flashed its high beams again. Owen started crying harder. "I'm gonna pee, Mom." Mara unbuckled. Mara belt. "I can't let him sit there hurting. We're being followed, and our car may be filling with fumes." She had the water bottle now, a clear plastic one crushed slightly in the middle. She twisted the cap off with shaking fingers. "Owen, sweetheart, listen to me. You're going to unbuckle just long enough to kneel on the floorboard. We'll hold your jacket up, okay?" "No, Owen, I can't. I can't do it with Uncle Nate driving. He's not looking. I can hear you." The absurdity of it almost broke something in me. We were in a sealed metal box at highway speed, being tracked by an unknown vehicle, possibly leaking fuel, possibly lost in some paperwork failure of signs and maps. And my nephew was dying of embarrassment over a bottle. "Buddy," I said softer, "you either use the bottle or I have to stop the car." The SUV's headlights brightened in the mirror as if answering. Owen sniffed. "Don't stop." "Then use the bottle." Mara climbed halfway into the back, one knee on the passenger seat, seat belt stretched across her hip, and clicking angrily as it locked. "Keep it steady," she said. "I am. You're drifting." "I am not. You are. I was." The right tire buzzed over the line, I corrected. "Mr. Pierce," Trooper Wells said, "what's happening in the vehicle?" "My nephew needs the bathroom." Another pause. Understood. There it was. The first concrete problem, stupid and human, and impossible to postpone much longer. A 9-year-old body didn't care about road anomalies or suspicious headlights. It cared about pain and shame and bladder pressure. It made our choices smaller. A green sign appeared ahead. SOMERCT exit 110-2. MILES Mara saw it from the back seat. "Exit." "Nate, exit," Trooper Wells said. "If you can reach exit 110, take it. Patrol can meet you near the toll area." "Copy," I said. Relief hit me so quickly it turned my arms weak. 2 miles. That was all. 2 miles and a toll plaza with lights and cameras and other people. Maybe everything would compress back into normal there. light gauge, bad GPS, weird driver, construction confusion. The kind of story that becomes funny 3 years later after enough retelling. The SUV dropped back a car length. "That's good," Mara said from behind me. "Maybe they heard us say police. They can't hear us." "I know, I'm just saying." Owen was quiet except for a small miserable rustle of clothing and Mara murmuring, "It's okay, honey. You're okay. Nobody's looking." Then the little plastic bottle made a sound I wished I could unhear. Thin, warm, human, I focused on the exit sign. The road straightened. There were overhead lights ahead, faint at first, then clearer. Sodium lamps, orange and dull in the rain. Toll area lights, maybe. My breathing slowed. Then the Subaru shuddered. Not a little vibration. A hard, whole car cough. Check engine light came on. Then the battery light. Then every warning on the dash lit up at once. ABS, traction control, oil, temperature, airbag. The screen chimed repeatedly, the polite digital ding of a machine reporting its own panic. "What now?" Mara shouted. "I don't know." The engine revved without my foot moving. 3,000 RPM. 4. The car surged forward. I lifted my foot completely off the gas. The speedometer climbed from 55 to 63. "Nate, I'm off the pedal." "Brake, I am." I pressed the brake gently first, then harder. The pedal fought back, pulsing under my foot, ABS chattering though the wheels were not locked. The Subaru slowed to 60, then 58, but the engine kept pushing, whining high and wrong. The smell came back stronger now. Gasoline, definite, sharp enough to sting the back of my throat. "Trooper," I said, "the throttle's stuck or something. The car's accelerating." "Shift to neutral," he said immediately. I did. The engine screamed. The tack needle jumped near redline, a frantic mechanical howl filling the cabin. Owen screamed too, one sharp note. I turned the hazard lights on. "Do not turn off the ignition while moving if it will lock steering," Trooper Wells said. "Use brakes. Maintain lane. When speed drops, steer to the shoulder if safe." The SUV swerved left behind us. For 1 second, I thought it was finally passing. Instead, it pulled alongside us. Black paint, tinted windows, no visible markings. Water streamed off its hood in silver ribbons. The passenger window rolled down a few inches. A hand came out. Male hand, pale, no glove, pointing to the shoulder, then pointing down. "Pull over." Mara saw it. "Who is that?" The driver's window was too dark to see through. The SUV matched us perfectly, riding in the left lane as my car screamed in neutral and slowed under braking. The exit sign came closer. Exit 110, 1 mile, but the right shoulder vanished again behind a line of construction barrels. "No shoulder," I said. Trooper Wells said. "Stay in your lane." The SUV honked. One long blast, not frantic, angry. "Are they police?" Mara said. "No." "How do you know?" "No lights. They could be undercover. They'd show lights." "Not always." "Yes, always if they're trying to stop a family at night in the rain." The SUV surged half a car length ahead, then drifted right, squeezing toward our lane. "Back off," Mara shouted, as if they could hear her through glass and rain. I hit the horn. The Subaru's horn sounded ridiculous against the SUV's bulk. A small, flat bleat. The SUV held there, its rear quarter panel inches from my front left. If I braked too hard, we might slide. If I swerved right, barrels. If I held speed, the engine shrieked in neutral, and the smell of gas thickened. Owen sobbed, "Mom, I spilled it." "Forget it," Mara said. "Just buckle now." "I can't." "Now, Owen," her voice cracked on his name. The toll lights ahead grew brighter, but wrong. They seemed farther than the signs said, smeared by rain and windshield glare. I could see orange lamps. I could not see booths, cars, buildings, or the green overhead arrows of an interchange. Just lights hovering over a wet, empty road. The SUV's passenger leaned farther out. He was a man, maybe 30s or 40s, white, broad-shouldered, wearing a dark baseball cap low over his face. I couldn't make out his features. He slapped the outside of the door twice with his palm. "Pull over, pull over, pull over." Then he held up something flat and rectangular, not a badge. A phone. The screen faced us, bright in the rain. I saw a map, a moving dot. Maybe our car, maybe theirs, Mara inhaled. He's tracking us, or showing us something. What? I don't know. The SUV cut closer. I had to choose again, but this time the car chose part of it for me. The engine, still screaming in neutral, stumbled once. The tack dropped. The power steering went heavy for half a second, then came back. The dash flickered. "Nate," Mara said, "I know." The time-sensitive problem was no longer abstract. We could not keep driving with a fuel smell in the cabin, a malfunctioning throttle, and a child half buckled in the back. If the engine caught fire, if the brakes overheated, if the steering cut out on a wet curve, it would not matter whether the SUV was dangerous or helpful, or just some unhinged man who thought he was doing the right thing. My flaw had run out of room. I could not explain this into safety. I pressed the brake harder. The pedal thudded under my foot. The speed dropped to 45. 40. The engine roared, then coughed again. "Shoulder after the barrels," Trooper Wells said. "If you see a safe pull-off, take it." The barrels ended. There was not an exit ramp. There was a maintenance access road, barely visible, splitting off to the right behind a bent orange sign that said authorized vehicles only. It dropped downhill through trees, paved for the first 20 yards, then disappearing into darkness. A chain gate stood open. One reflective strip hung loose from it, swinging in the rain. "No," Mara said immediately. "It's a pull-off. It's not public. The car's failing. The SUV wants us off the highway." "I know. Then don't give them what they want." The SUV braked ahead of us and angled right, as if trying to block the lane past the access road. Its brake lights smeared red across the windshield. Behind it, beyond the curve, the overhead toll lights flickered. Once, twice, then went dark. The whole highway ahead turned black except for our headlights and the red taillights of the SUV. Owen whispered, "Mom." Trooper Wells said something, but static chewed the words. The fuel smell sharpened again, so strong my eyes watered. I turned the wheel. Mara grabbed the dashboard. Nate, the Subaru, bumped over the painted edge line and onto the access road. The tires hit standing water with a heavy slap. The open gate flashed past on my right, close enough that Mara ducked even though it was outside. Behind us, the SUV's tires squealed on wet pavement as it followed. Highway vanished above and behind us, replaced by trees pressing in tight. Rain hard on leaves, and a narrow strip of service road dropping toward a locked-looking cluster of maintenance buildings, with one dim security light burning over a metal door. The engine finally died on its own. Power steering went stiff. The dash went black. We rolled downhill in neutral, with no engine, no exit, and the black SUV coming in behind us. The access road dropped faster than it looked from the highway. Without the engine, the Subaru became a heavy thing with wheels and no opinion, rolling downhill through rainwater that ran in narrow silver streams along both edges of the pavement. I had both hands locked on the wheel. The power steering was gone, so every correction took my shoulders and back, not just my wrists. The brake pedal still worked, but it had gone hard, stiff as a brick under my foot. "Brace," I said. "For what?" Mara shouted. "For stopping." The security light over the maintenance building smeared through the windshield. One yellow bulb under a metal shade, swinging slightly in the rain. The building sat at the bottom of the service road, maybe 80 yards from the highway, a low concrete block rectangle with 2 garage bays on the left and a single steel door on the right. Behind it, the land fell away into trees. To the far side was a chain link fence with weeds shoved through the bottom and a narrow gravel lane curling behind the building. The open gate we had come through was already above us, half hidden by the slope and the black SUV's headlights. I pumped the brake once, twice. The pedal barely moved. "Nate," Mara said, "I've got it." I did not have it. The Subaru rolled past the first garage bay. A PennDOT salt spreader sat under a lean-to, orange paint dull with grime. Stacked concrete barriers formed a wall in front of us, dead-ending the pavement about 20 feet past the steel door. I hauled the wheel right and aimed for the gravel strip beside the building. The front tires dropped off the pavement with a wet crunch. The car lurched hard enough that Owen yelped. The right side clipped a shallow drainage rut, bounced, then settled. I stood on the brake. Gravel rattled against the underside. We slid another 10 feet and stopped with the nose pointed toward the chain link fence and the rear angled back toward the service road. For a second, nobody moved. Rain ticked on the roof. The wipers had frozen halfway up the windshield when the dash died. 2 black arms raised like they were surrendering. Outside, the black SUV came down the access road and stopped sideways near the open gate, blocking the way back up to the highway. Mara whispered, "He trapped us." The words came out so flat, they scared me more than if she'd screamed. The SUV's headlights stayed on, aimed down at us. It was higher on the slope, maybe 60 yards away, backlit by the faint gray wash of the highway above. No emergency lights, no siren. Its engine idled loudly enough that I could hear it between bursts of rain. "Everyone out," I said. Mara stared at me. "Out, gas smell." The cabin had filled with it again, sharper now that we weren't moving. Not overwhelming, but steady. It crawled into my nose and sat behind my eyes. "Owen," Mara said, already twisting around. "Shoes on, backpack." "I don't want my backpack. You need your inhaler." "I don't need backpack." That snapped him into motion. He grabbed it with his good hand, his cast knocking the door frame as he climbed awkwardly across the seat. Mara opened her door and rain blew in cold, speckling the console. I tried my door. It opened 6 inches before hitting a sagging section of fence. "Other side," Mara said. I climbed over the center console, my knee grinding into a cup holder, and got out behind her. Nathan Pierce, 34 male, was no longer the driver who could make a bad gauge sound boring. I was wet to the skin in 30 seconds, shaking from adrenaline and fuel fumes, and suddenly aware of every stupid thing I had not done before the trip. No flashlight in the glove box, no paper map, no full gas can, no emergency blanket. Just charging cables, receipts, and a tire pressure gauge with a dead battery. Mara Pierce, 38 female, had Owen pressed to her side under her rain jacket, one arm locked around his shoulders. Owen, 9 male, stood with his knees bent and his face twisted in that embarrassed, exhausted way kids get when fear has outlasted crying. His jeans were dark at one thigh from the spilled bottle or worse. He kept trying to hide it with the backpack. The man from the SUV got out. He wore a dark baseball cap, a black rain shell, jeans, and work boots. He did not rush us. That was almost worse. He closed the passenger door carefully and lifted both hands to shoulder height. "Stay away from the car," he called. His voice was rough and practical, not theatrical. "American, maybe Western Pennsylvania." "Who are you?" Mara shouted back. "My name's Eric," he said. "Eric Holland. I'm trying to keep you from lighting up." Eric Holland, male, about 40, stepped into the cone of our dead headlights. Rain ran off the brim of his cap. His face was broad and unshaven, with a cut or old scar under his left eye. He pointed at the Subaru. "You got fuel dumping out the vent line or filler neck. I can smell it from here." I looked down. A dark, wet line crawled from under the back of my car, spreading over the gravel. In the rain, it should have thinned and washed away. Instead, it shimmered in rainbow colors under the security light. Mara saw it too and dragged Owen back. "How do you know that?" I said. "'Cause I've been following you since the turnpike cameras flagged your plate." That answer made no sense, and too much sense at the same time. I lifted my phone. No bars. The emergency call had dropped. "You police?" "No." "Then why were you following us?" Eric lowered his hands slowly. "I work contract maintenance for the Turnpike Commission. Roadside systems, cameras, sensor cabinets, weather stations. We got an alert for a stopped vehicle that wasn't stopped and a fuel hazard ping from the tunnel." "There's no tunnel here," Mara said. "Not anymore. None of us liked that." Eric seemed to realize how it sounded. He shook rain off his sleeve and said, "Old monitoring equipment, decommissioned. It still reads chemical vapor when something passes close enough." Your car lit it up. Attempt 1 was the obvious one. Get inside the maintenance building and call for help from a landline. Eric said there would be one. He led us toward the steel door while keeping a wide berth around the Subaru. The SUV blocked the access road above, its hazard lights blinking now, amber pulses washing over the wet pavement. He told us not to use anything that could spark near the car. No lighter, no engine restart, no messing with the battery. "Phones are okay?" Mara asked. "Usually," he said, "but don't stand in the vapor cloud waving one around. Usually, lady, I'm trying to be honest. I have a name." He glanced at her. "Sorry." The steel door had a keypad and a rusted handle. Eric punched in a code. Nothing. He punched it again, slower. Still nothing. The little red light over the keypad did not even blink. Power S out, he muttered. He tried the handle, locked. What about a key? I asked. In the truck, then get it. My truck is up there. He pointed toward the SUV. That's not your truck, Mara asked. No, it's my personal vehicle. Key ring for the buildings is in my work truck, parked at the cabinet near the Somerset interchange. I laughed once. I didn't mean to. It came out ugly. Eric looked at me. You think I planned that? I don't know what you planned. I planned to stop a leaking vehicle before it killed someone. Mara cut between us. Can you break the door? Eric looked at the steel door, then at Owen, who was shivering hard now. Maybe. He took a folding pry bar from his SUV and worked it into the gap by the latch. I helped, mostly because standing there useless felt worse. The metal frame was stronger than it looked. My hands slipped twice. On the third pull, the bar jerked free and tore skin off my palm. The pain came hot and bright. Damn it. Mara grabbed my wrist. Let me see. It's nothing. It's bleeding. It's a scrape. You always say that. She pressed the clean edge of her sleeve to my palm, hard enough to make me hiss. Eric tried the garage bay door next. It rattled but held. There was a window high on the side wall, thick wired glass with a rusted mesh cage over it. No way through without tools we didn't have. The landline attempt failed. It gave us one fact and took away a comfort. The maintenance station was there, real, official, and useless without power or keys. Attempt 2 was to walk back up to the highway. It seemed possible if we ignored the fuel leak, the rain, and the fact that we had left the car at the bottom of a restricted access road. The highway was only 80 yards uphill. The open gate was visible between tree branches. Beyond that, if we could get to the shoulder, maybe we could flag a driver, or maybe Trooper Wells would find us. We're not staying here, Mara said. Eric shook his head. Bad idea. Everything is a bad idea. Vapor travels downhill and pools in low areas, but your car's leaking on gravel. Rain is spreading it. If you walk up the road, fine. But don't go near the lane if visibility's bad. My son is soaked, she said. He's scared. He needs a bathroom and dry clothes. We are not waiting beside a leaking car because your keypad won't work. Eric looked at Owen. Something in his face shifted. Okay, he said. We go up the left side of the access road against the guardrail. Stay off the center where fuel runoff might be. Slowly. The geography mattered now. The maintenance building sat at the bottom, the Subaru angled by the fence to the right, the SUV halfway up near the gate, and the highway above running left to right behind a curtain of rain. Access road climbed between steep wet banks, with a ditch on the building side and a line of scraggly trees on the other. The open gate at the top was not wide. The SUV blocked most of it, but Eric said we could squeeze around the front. We moved in a line. Eric first with a flashlight, then Owen and Mara, then me. The flashlight beam cut across wet pavement, catching glassy patches, broken asphalt, little streams of water running downhill. My palm throbbed under Mara's improvised sleeve wrap. My calves burned after 20 yards. I had been gripping the wheel so hard earlier that my forearms shook. Halfway up, Owen slipped. It was not dramatic. His sneakers slid on painted runoff. His broken wrist bumped Mara's hip, and he went down on one knee with a wet smack. He made a choked sound. Mara dropped beside him. "Don't touch the cast," he gasped. "I'm not. It hurts." I know." Eric turned back, flashlight swinging. The beam hit the trees to our right. For 1 second, it looked like a person was standing there. Tall, thin, white face, watching from between the trunks. Mara saw it and made a sound I had never heard from her before, a raw, short bark of fear. I stepped in front of Owen without thinking, raising my injured hand like that would stop anything. Eric aimed the light again. It was a reflective roadside delineator nailed to a tree, the kind used to mark service roads in snow. A rectangle of white plastic, cracked down the middle, mounted at head height. Rainwater ran over it in streaks that looked like features. "Marker," Eric said. Nobody laughed. Owen whispered, "I thought it was a man." "Me too," Mara said. She said it like she hated admitting it. That was the misdirection, and it should have relieved us. Instead, it did the opposite. It proved how little it took to make our brains supply a threat. A strip of plastic, a flashlight, rain. We kept moving. At the top, Eric's SUV idled crooked in front of the gate. Its rear tires were just inside the maintenance road, its front end pointed toward the highway shoulder. He had left the hazards on, and the amber flashes made the raindrops look suspended for fractions of a second. Beyond the gate, the highway was not normal. The overhead toll lights we had seen earlier were still dark. The exit sign was gone from where I expected it. The westbound lanes stretched empty in both directions, black and glossy, with no traffic except far-off red taillights that seemed to drift away without getting closer. The construction barrels along the shoulder had been moved or knocked over, some lying on their sides like bodies. Eric stopped. "What?" I asked. He lifted his flashlight and pointed to the pavement just beyond the gate. A metal spike strip lay across the shoulder. Not police issue neat. Cruder. 2 hinged sections, black rubber base, silver teeth angled toward oncoming traffic. It was placed where my tires would have gone if I had tried to rejoin the highway from the access road. Mara turned on Eric. "Was that you?" "No, then who? I don't know. You're the one who forced us down here." "I did not force you. You followed us, flashed your lights, blocked the lane. Because if that car kept going and ignited, you'd be dead." "Stop saying that like it makes you trustworthy." Eric's jaw tightened. "I'm not asking you to like me. No, you're asking us to believe you while we're trapped behind a spike strip." He crouched near it, but did not touch it. "This wasn't here 10 minutes ago." "How do you know? I drove through this gate." That shut us up. The second attempt failed. It revealed something worse than faulty signs or a broken car. Someone had physically altered the road behind us. Someone had expected a vehicle to try to come back out. Then my phone rang. We all jumped. No signal bars showed, but the screen lit up with unknown caller. I answered on speaker. "Hello," static. Then Trooper Wells' voice, thin and broken. "Mr. Pierce, if you can hear me, do not return to the highway. Repeat, do not return to the highway." Mara leaned close. "Trooper, we're at a maintenance building off an access road. There's a spike strip at the gate. We have a man here named Eric Holland who says he works." The call crackled, words chopping in and out. Not with patrol, Wells said. License plate black SUV. Eric grabbed the phone without touching it, leaning toward the speaker. Trooper, this is Holland Contract Systems Maintenance. Badge contractor ID 614 Delta. I'm with the family. Vehicle is leaking fuel. Need fire response and PSB to access road west of the line hissed. Then Wells came through clearer for 3 words. Get away from him. Mara froze. Eric froze too. The call dropped. Rain filled the silence. Eric stepped back from us slowly, hands open again. I don't know what that was. Mara pulled Owen behind her. I looked from him to the spike strip to the highway. Every explanation split into 2 bad ones. Either Wells had misunderstood, or Eric was lying. Either Eric had saved us from the Subaru, or he had separated us from the highway on purpose. Either the spike strip was set by someone else, or he had placed it before we saw it. All of it was possible. None of it helped. Then down by the building, the Subaru's horn began to blare. One continuous blast. Owen clapped his hands over his ears. The car was at the bottom of the hill, dark except for the weak reflection of the security light on its rear window. The horn screamed through rain and trees, harsh and steady. A short circuit, I thought. Electrical failure. Water intrusion. Fuel vapor. Battery still connected. Then the headlights snapped on. Subaru's headlights, dead a minute ago, came alive and pointed at the chain link fence. Mara whispered, how, Eric said, electrical short could be. That had become the most frightening phrase in the world. The horn kept blaring. A moment later, the starter engaged. Chug, chug, chug. The engine tried to turn over by itself. No, Eric said. No. What? Mara said. If it starts with that leak, he didn't finish. He ran downhill toward the car. Don't, Mara shouted. But he was already moving, boots slipping on the wet pavement, flashlight bouncing wildly in his hand. I stood at the gate, torn between chasing him and keeping Mara and Owen away from him. My chest hurt from breathing gasoline and rain-cold air. My palm burned. Owen was sobbing again, quieter now, worn down to little animal sounds. The Subaru cranked again. Chug, chug, chug. The horn stopped. The sudden quiet made the rain seem louder. Then the engine caught. It idled rough for maybe 2 seconds. Eric reached the rear quarter panel and dropped to one knee, doing something near the fuel door or undercarriage. I saw his flashlight beam shake across wet gravel and rainbow sheen. The point of no return came as a sound first. A deep metallic pop from the Subaru's rear. Not an explosion, not like television. More like a heavy lid blown off a pressure cooker. Eric threw himself backward. Sheet of flame licked out beneath the rear of the car, low and blue-orange, crawling along the fuel-slick gravel. Mara screamed his name, though she had hated him 5 seconds earlier. The fire spread across the runoff line at the base of the access road, cutting between the maintenance building and the hill. Heat pushed uphill in a sudden dry wave. The rain hissed where it struck the burning fuel. Eric rolled once and scrambled away from the car, one sleeve smoking. Down behind the barriers, he shouted. Now, there was no going back to the highway. The spike strip blocked the gate. The SUV blocked most of the opening, and a line of burning fuel now split the bottom of the service road from the building and our dead car. Behind us was the dark highway. Below us was fire. To the side, beyond the fence, the wooded slope dropped into blackness. Then, from the westbound lanes above, headlights appeared. Not police lights. A row of plain white headlights, 3 vehicles at least, slowing in the rain as they approached the access gate. Eric looked up at them, face lit amber by his SUV hazards and orange by the fire below. "Move," he said, and this time his voice broke. "They're not here to help." The 3 vehicles slowed at the top of the access road without pulling all the way in. That was what made me understand they were not lost motorists. Lost motorists hesitate differently. Roll past, brake too late, reverse with their hazards on, wave through wet glass as if embarrassment might keep everyone safe. These vehicles moved with purpose. 1 pickup, 1 white utility van, 1 older sedan with 1 headlight dimmer than the other. They spread across the shoulder above us, blocking the open gate beyond Eric's SUV, their headlights pointed downhill. The rain turned each beam into a hard white tunnel. Mara pulled Owen against her chest. "Who are they?" Eric didn't answer right away, staring up the hill with one sleeve smoking and the side of his face shining with rain and sweat. The burning fuel below us spat and crawled along the gravel by the Subaru. Not a wall of fire, not movie flames, but enough to cut the bottom of the service road into pieces. Orange tongues flickered under the rear bumper. Blue shimmered low where fuel pooled thinner. The heat made the rain smell dirty, metallic, like wet pennies and lawn mower exhaust. "Eric," I said. He swallowed. "Scrappers." "What?" "Scrap crews. Maybe not all of them, but that van," he pointed up the road. "I've seen it. No plates on the front. They hit closed sites, pull copper, steal batteries out of signal cabinets, fuel out of generators." Mara looked from him to the burning Subaru. "That doesn't explain our car." "No," he said, "but it explains the spike strip." The driver's door of the pickup opened. A man stepped out in a hooded jacket. Then another man from the van. Then a woman from the sedan, her hair stuffed under a knit cap, one hand holding something down at her side. A flashlight, I thought at first. Then it caught the light. A tire iron. Owen saw it too. "Mom," he whispered. Mara pressed his face into her jacket. "Don't look." The man from the pickup cupped a hand around his mouth. "Eric, that you?" Eric went very still. "You know him?" I asked. "I know his truck." "That's not what I asked." The man laughed once, a flat sound in the rain. "Got folks down there with you, Eric." Eric raised his voice. "There's a kid down here. Car's burning. Back off and call fire." The man in the hooded jacket took a few steps through the gate, stopping near the spike strip. He was maybe 50, male, white, with a heavy stomach and a beard that looked black where it was soaked. This was Darrell Voss, though I would not learn his name until later. At that moment, he was just a shape with shoulders, a voice, and no hurry. "Fire's already coming," he called. Eventually. The woman with the tire iron said something to the van driver, and he moved to the front of Eric's SUV. Eric muttered, "They're going to take my keys." "Why?" Mara said. "Because he thinks I called it in." "You did call it in." "I tried." The fuel behind us popped again, smaller this time. A plastic trim piece sagged from the Subaru's rear bumper and dropped into the flames with a soft, wet slap. Smoke thickened, pushed uphill by a change in wind. My eyes watered immediately. We had 3 options, and all of them were bad. Up the road meant the people at the gate. Down the road meant the burning car and locked building. Sideways meant the fence and the wooded slope beyond it, slick with rain, dropping toward whatever drainage ditch or service path ran behind the maintenance yard. I looked at the chain link fence. It was 7 feet high, with 3 strands of barbed wire along the top. But the bottom had rusted where water drained through. Weeds grew thick there, and one post leaned outward enough to make a shallow gap near the ground. Not big enough for an adult, maybe big enough for Owen. "Mara," I said quietly. "The fence." She followed my eyes. "No, we can get him through." "And then what? Send him into the woods alone?" "No, we follow." "How?" I didn't have an answer. Eric did. Behind the salt spreader, there's a drainage culvert. Runs under the fence line and out to the storm channel. I forgot it was there. "You forgot?" Mara hissed. "I've been here twice in daylight." The man at the gate, Darrell, called again. "Eric, I'm going to need you to toss those keys up here." Eric shouted back, "You're blocking emergency access." "Then move your ride." "I'm not moving anything." Darrell's tone changed, still not loud, just tired of pretending. "You got into business that wasn't yours." The white van driver reached into Eric's SUV through the open passenger window. Eric took 1 step uphill. Mara grabbed his sleeve. He flinched in pain. "Don't," she said. "They'll take the SUV. Let them. If they move it, they can come down. If you go up there, they'll hurt you and come down anyway." That stopped him. The woman with the tire iron dragged the spike strip aside with her boot. It scraped against wet pavement. The sound was small, but it carried down the slope like a blade being sharpened. "Move," Eric said. "Now, quiet." Quiet lasted about 4 seconds. We ran crouched along the left side of the access road, away from the open pavement, toward the lean to beside the maintenance building. The fuel fire was to our right, low and spreading under the Subaru. The building was ahead and slightly left, its steel door still locked, security light swaying. The salt spreader sat under the lean-to, with its orange hopper rusted white along the seams. Behind it, a stack of old tires, 2 blue drums, and a scatter of broken pallets made the narrow space feel like the back aisle of a hardware store after a flood. Owen slipped once, but did not cry out. Mara half carried him, 1 arm under his armpits, backpack thumping against his spine. I went behind them, my injured palm pressed against my shirt because the rain kept washing blood down my fingers. Eric limped slightly. His sleeve had burned through near the wrist, and the skin underneath was red and shiny. At the top, an engine started, Eric's SUV. Headlights shifted, tires crunched. "They got it moving," he said. "Faster," I said. Behind the salt spreader, the ground dropped into a concrete drainage channel choked with leaves. The culvert was there, but calling it a culvert made it sound generous. It was a round pipe maybe 3 feet across, half blocked by mud and sticks, with black water trickling through the bottom. A metal grate had once covered it. Now the grate hung loose on one hinge, rusted open just enough for a person to crawl in. Mara looked at it and shook her head. "He can't crawl through that with his wrist." "He can," Eric said. He has to. Owen stared at the pipe. No, Mara knelt in front of him, both hands on his face. Listen to me. You are going first. You keep your hurt arm tucked against your chest. Use your knees and your other hand. I'll be right behind you. What if there's rats? Then kick them. That almost made him laugh. Almost. The sound of Eric's SUV grinding downhill killed it. White light swept across the maintenance building, then the salt spreader, then us. We dropped behind the hopper as the SUV rolled into the yard, now driven by someone else. It stopped 20 feet from the Subaru, close enough that the flames painted the black paint orange. Darrell got out of the passenger side. He had something in his hand now. A pistol, small, dark, held low. Not pointed yet. My brain tried to make it into something else. A tool, a flashlight, anything. It was a gun. The private flaw I had carried all night finally broke in half. There was no boring version of that. No mechanical explanation. No weather, no bad signage, no glitch. There were people on the highway robbing and trapping drivers, and my family was in their path. Pipe, I whispered. Owen crawled in first, made one panicked sound when his knees hit the cold water, but Mara shoved his backpack after him and whispered, "Go, go, go," with a force that left no room for arguing. He moved. The pipe amplified every scrape shoe rubber, backpack fabric, his breath bouncing back hollow and wet. Mara followed, shoulders scraping concrete. I turned to Eric. "You next." He shook his head. "I'll hold them." "With what?" He lifted the pry bar. "That's stupid." "Yeah." I grabbed his good sleeve. "Come on." The security light went out. Not flickered. Out. The yard dropped into a darker version of itself, lit only by the Subaru's fire and the headlights of the stolen SUV. The rain became louder without the electrical hum of the light. Someone shouted near the building. "Eric, Darrell, don't make this worse." Eric looked at me. "Go." Then he stood up. "Hey," he shouted. "You want the cabinet keys? They're in the building. Not on me." I crawled into the pipe. It was too small immediately. My shoulders pressed both sides. Cold water soaked my chest and belt. The concrete scraped my elbows. My bleeding palms slid through mud and grit, sending pain up my arm in sharp pulses. Ahead, Mara's shoes kicked water into my face. Ahead of her, Owen whimpered and kept moving. Behind me, Eric shouted something I couldn't hear clearly. A man answered. Then a crack split the air. A gunshot outside sounds less like television and more like someone snapping lumber beside your skull. Mara froze in the pipe. "Move," I said. "I can't see him." "Move, Mara." She moved. Another shot cracked, then a metallic clang, maybe the salt spreader, maybe the garage door. Owen screamed ahead of us. The pipe sloped down. Water deepened to my forearms. The smell changed from gasoline and smoke to mud, rust, and old rot. My headlamp did not exist because, of course, I had no headlamp. Only Mara's phone screen, clutched in her hand ahead, throwing a weak rectangle of light on Owen's heels. Then Owen stopped. "No," Mara said. "No, no, keep going. There's a gate." I squeezed closer, cheek dragging along wet concrete. Past Mara's shoulder, I saw it. Another grate at the far end of the culvert, vertical bars clogged with branches and plastic trash. Beyond it was darkness and the sound of running water. Mara pushed it with her good shoulder. It did not move. "Move back," I said. There's no room, just a little. I reached over her as far as I could, fingers stretching through the bars. The latch was on the outside, rusted but not locked. I could feel it, couldn't lift it. My injured palm slipped. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I tried again. Nothing. Behind us, voices came closer. Someone had found the pipe. A flashlight beam entered from the far rear, thin at first, then widening. It caught the curve of concrete and turned every water ripple silver. Eric, a man called into the pipe. Not Eric, the van driver. Owen began to hyperventilate. Mara twisted enough to wrap one arm around his legs. Breathe with me. In, out, in, out. The beam got brighter. I worked the latch again. It shifted a fraction, then stuck. Nate, Mara said. I know. The van driver's voice echoed. They're in here. No more time. I pulled the tire pressure gauge from my jacket pocket. I had forgotten it was there until my fingers hit it. Cheap digital thing, dead battery, metal nozzle at one end. Useless for tires. Maybe useful for one rusted latch. I jammed it between the latch and the grate and pried. It bent. I pried harder. The plastic casing cracked. The metal nozzle bit. The latch popped up. The grate swung outward 6 inches, then jammed on debris. Owen, kick, I said. I can't. Yes, you can, both feet, he kicked. Once, twice. The second kick broke a branch loose. Mara joined him, shoving with her shoulder. The grate screamed on its hinge and swung open into rain. Owen slid out first and dropped. Not far, maybe 3 feet. He landed in a shallow storm channel with a splash and a cry. Mara went after him. I backed and shoved myself forward, scraping my spine, then tumbled out headfirst into cold water and rocks. My chin hit concrete. For a second, the world flashed black at the edges. Mara was already pulling Owen upright. We were behind the fenced maintenance yard now, below the building, in a drainage channel that ran parallel to the highway, but lower, hidden by trees and brush. To our left, the channel disappeared under another culvert beneath the access road. To our right, it ran downhill toward the valley, water moving fast over broken stones. Above us, through chain link and weeds, I could see the orange pulse of the burning Subaru and the sweep of flashlights. Eric was not with us. Where is he? Mara asked. I wiped water from my eyes. Still up there. We can't leave him. We can't go back through that pipe. We can't leave him. Then Eric appeared at the fence. He was limping badly, one hand clamped to his upper arm. He stumbled along the inside of the yard toward the sagging section of chain link near the drainage channel. Darrell was behind him, moving slower, gun raised now. Down, I shouted. Eric dropped. A shot cracked. The fence spat sparks where the round hit a metal post. Mara shoved Owen behind a concrete wing wall. I grabbed a rock from the channel bed, stupidly, desperately, because there is a point where your body chooses action just to avoid doing nothing. Eric crawled to the fence gap. It was too small. Lift it, he shouted. I grabbed the bottom of the chain link with both hands and pulled up. The rusted wire tore into my already bleeding palm. Mara grabbed beside me. Together, we lifted enough to create a jagged opening. Eric shoved his pry bar under the fence and levered upward. The post groaned. Darrell reached him. I saw his face then in the firelight, Wet beard, narrowed eyes, not monstrous, not wild, worse, irritated. A man inconvenienced. He pointed the gun at Eric's back. Mara threw the only thing in her hand. Owen's backpack. It hit the fence in front of Darrell, not him, but the zipper had been half open. School papers, a plastic pill case, gummy worms, and Owen's blue inhaler scattered through the mud and wire. Darrell flinched at the sudden motion. Eric swung the pry bar backward, struck Darrell's shin with a thick, ugly crack. Darrell shouted and fired. Eric jerked, not dramatically, just a hard twist like someone had yanked him by the shoulder. I reached through the fence gap, grabbed the back of his range shell, and pulled. Mara grabbed too. Eric shoved with his boots. The fence tore his jacket and scraped his ribs, but he came through, collapsing into the drainage channel on top of me. The gun clattered somewhere inside the yard. Darrell was on one knee, swearing, holding his leg. "Run," Eric gasped. "Your arm, run." We ran, not well, not cleanly. We splashed down the channel with Owen between Mara and me, each of us holding one side of him. Eric staggered behind us, breathing in wet grunts. My chin dripped blood. My palm felt shredded. Mara had lost one shoe in the mud and limped on the gravel with her socked foot. Owen kept saying, "My backpack, until Mara snapped, "You are my backpack," and dragged him faster. Behind us, the Subaru fire reached something bigger. The sound was not a giant explosion. It was a violent thump, a pressure wave that shoved through the trees and knocked rainwater from branches. The light behind us bloomed orange. A tire burst with a shotgun pop. Then another. The people in the yard shouted. That saved us. They stopped chasing for long enough. The drainage channel curved under a concrete overpass, the access road above, and then opened into a wider storm basin beside the actual interchange. Real lights appeared through the rain. Not hovering toll ghosts. Real lights, green signals, reflective signs, a toll administration building, and 2 Pennsylvania State Police cruisers angled across a ramp with blue and red strobes flashing. For a second, I thought I was hallucinating from fumes. Then Trooper Wells climbed over the guardrail. He was real. Male, 40s, rain cover over his campaign hat, one hand on his holstered sidearm, the other raised toward us. The trooper stayed by the cruiser, rifle low, scanning the tree line. "Hands where I can see them," Wells shouted. Eric dropped the pry bar immediately. Mara lifted both hands, but kept one gripping Owen's hood. "We're the ones who called," she screamed. "I know," Wells said. "Keep coming." Slowly. Behind us, Darrell's voice echoed somewhere up the channel, furious and pained. Then another man shouted, "Police." A final gunshot cracked from the maintenance yard. The trooper by the cruiser fired back once. Everything stopped. Rain, breathing, sirens, the fire behind the trees. Owen sobbing into Mara's side. Eric on his knees, with blood running down his sleeve and dripping from his fingers into the storm water. The central threat ended there, not because we were brave enough to defeat it cleanly, but because we lasted long enough to drag it into the open. The scrappers had been using the fake maintenance closure and spike strips to force isolated vehicles off the turnpike access lanes during construction outages. Eric had been following our Subaru because it really was leaking fuel, And because he had seen the van before and recognized the pattern too late. The missing exits and bad signs were not impossible. They were portable message boards moved or disabled, construction barrels shifted, GPS confused by storm interference and bad map data, and my own fear making a loop out of a badly marked detour stretch. Not simple, not harmless, but human. Human was enough. Trooper Wells reached us first. He looked at Eric, then at me, then at Mara and Owen. "Ambulance is 2 minutes out," he said. Mara sank to the ground with Owen in her lap right there in the rain. She did not ask permission. She just folded. Eric tried to say something and nearly fell sideways. I caught him with my bad hand and screamed through my teeth. He looked at me, pale and shaking. "Told you," he said. "What fuel?" Then he passed out. I knelt in the drainage water, holding a stranger's weight against my chest, while my sister rocked her son beside a concrete wall. And police lights painted the rain red, blue, red, blue. The fire burned behind us where my car had been. The highway above remained open in the distance, cars moving cautiously past the scene, drivers slowing to look, then speeding up again once they were free of it. I watched their taillights disappear westbound and understood something I could not explain away. The road had always had exits. People had just been taking them from us. The ambulance smelled like antiseptic, wet vinyl, and the burnt plastic stink still clinging to our clothes. That was the first ordinary thing that found me again. Smell. Not relief. Not gratitude. Just a narrow bench under my thighs, a foil blanket crackling over Mara's shoulders, Owen sitting between her knees with an oxygen mask fogging and clearing on his face, and an EMT asking me for the third time whether I had lost consciousness when my chin hit the concrete. "I don't think so," I said. "That's not what I asked." "I know." The EMT's name was Carla Mendes, female, 29, from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. With a calm voice and rainwater dripping from the ends of her braid onto the floor of the rig. She had already wrapped my palm in gauze thick enough to make my hand look like a cartoon injury, cleaned the cut under my chin, and checked my pupils with a penlight that made my head ache. "You either did or didn't," she said. "I remember hitting. I remember being in the channel. Any gap." I looked past her at the back doors, where rain streaked down the small windows, and turned the police strobes outside into moving bruises of red and blue. No gap. Headache. Yeah. Nausea. No, you're getting checked anyway. Mara made a sound that could have been a laugh if there had been any air in it. Good luck telling him that. She looked worse under the ambulance light. Pale, muddy, one sock black with road grit where she had lost her shoe. Her hands wouldn't stop moving. They went from Owen's hair to his shoulder to his cast, to the foil blanket around him, checking, rechecking, smoothing things that did not need smoothing. Owen had gone quiet. That scared me more than his crying had. He sat with his broken wrist tucked in his lap, the dinosaur sticker on the cast scraped almost clean off, eyes fixed on the open cabinets above Carla's shoulder. Every time someone outside shouted, his fingers dug into Mara's sleeve. When a trooper slammed a cruiser door, he flinched so hard the oxygen mask slipped. "Buddy," I said. He didn't look at me. Mara did, not angry, not exactly, but not forgiving either. I deserved that. Maybe not all of it, but enough. Outside, 2 more ambulances had arrived. Firefighters moved around the maintenance yard in turnout gear, their reflective stripes flashing whenever headlights swept over them. The Subaru was out by then, or mostly out, reduced to a blackened shape near the fence. Steam rose from it in ugly sheets. Every few minutes, something inside the wreck ticked or collapsed with a small metallic sound. Eric Holland was in the second ambulance. I saw him once when they loaded him. He was conscious again, gray-faced, jaw clenched so tightly the muscles jumped under his skin. The gunshot had gone through the upper arm, according to Carla, which she said like it was good news. Through and through. No major artery hit. Burn to his wrist. Cracked rib from the fence. He tried to sit up when Trooper Wells approached him. The paramedic pushed him back down. Eric pointed toward us with his good hand, said something I couldn't hear, and then the doors closed. Darrell Voss did not leave in an ambulance at first. He left in handcuffs, limping hard, his jeans cut open at one shin where Eric's pry bar had done damage. A bandage wrapped the leg below his knee. 2 troopers guided him toward a cruiser with their hands on his arms. He looked smaller without the rain and darkness helping him. Older, damp beard, heavy shoulders. A face you could pass in a convenience store and forget before you reached your car. As they put him in the back seat, he turned his head and looked straight at the ambulance. Straight at me. There was no threat in it. No villain smile. Nothing worth telling in a courtroom. Just recognition. Like we had both inconvenienced each other, and he was trying to remember my name. I looked away first. Trooper Wells came to us after the firefighters cleared the immediate hazard. His real name was Aaron Wells, male, 46, Pennsylvania State Police, with rain-darkened hair under his hat and the exhausted politeness of someone who had been calm too long. He crouched just inside the ambulance doors rather than climbing in, maybe to keep from tracking more mud inside. "How are you holding up?" asked. Mara stared at him. He nodded once, accepting the stupidness of the question. "Right, I'm sorry. Is Eric alive?" I asked. "Yes, he's on his way to Kanema with a trooper behind him. And the others, 3 in custody at the gate and yard. 1 fled into the tree line. We have units and a K-9 coming from Somerset County." Mara's hand stopped moving on Owen's shoulder. "1 got away, for now," Wells said. "We don't believe he's armed." "You don't believe?" His mouth tightened. We recovered 1 handgun from the yard, 1 tire iron, 2 knives, and the spike strip. We're still searching the vehicles. Mara looked down at Owen. He was listening. Of course he was listening. Wells lowered his voice. "We'll take statements at the hospital, not here. You've all had enough for the next few minutes." That small mercy nearly undid me. I asked him about the call. The warning, "Get away from him." Wells rubbed 1 hand over his face. "That was bad timing and worse radio. I had dispatched checking names while I was trying to find your location. Eric Holland's contractor ID was expired in 1 database and active in another. At the same time, someone reported a black SUV interfering with traffic. I didn't know if that was him or someone impersonating him. When your sister said he was there with you, I told you to get away from him until I knew." "You nearly made us leave him," Mara said. "I know. He got shot helping us. I know that too. There was nothing satisfying about the truth when it came. No clean explanation that made the fear feel silly. Just systems out of sync. Radios cutting out. Databases wrong. People making decisions with half the information they needed. Well stood. Fire marshal will want the vehicle. So will our crash reconstruction people. Don't expect to get anything from it tonight. I don't care about the car, I said, but I did in a strange, stupid way. Not the Subaru itself. The proof inside it. The dashboard. The fuel tank. The impossible numbers we had watched climb mile after mile. I wanted someone in a uniform to point at a cracked hose or bad relay and say, "There. That's the thing that scared you. That's the shape of it. That's all." At the hospital in Somerset, they separated us by curtains instead of rooms. Mara refused to let Owen out of sight, so the nurses worked around her. Owen had a bruised knee, mild hypothermia, and an asthma flare from smoke and cold air. His cast was wet and would need to be replaced. He finally cried again when they cut off the damp padding near his wrist. Not loud, just exhausted tears sliding sideways into his hair. Mara apologized to him for the bottle, for the culvert, for making him crawl, for losing his backpack, for snapping at him. He listened with that solemn hospital patience kids get when adults are falling apart. Then he said, "Did Uncle Nate's car explode?" "Not like explode, explode," she said. He nodded, considering that. "It kind of did. Kind of. Can we not drive home?" Mara closed her eyes. "No," she said. "We are not driving anywhere tonight." My hand took 12 stitches. My chin took 3. I had smoke irritation, bruised ribs from the culvert, and what the doctor called a mild concussion, which sounded too gentle for the way my skull seemed to pulse with every fluorescent buzz. They gave me a tetanus shot and scrubbed gravel out of my palm while I stared at the ceiling tiles and counted small brown water stains. At 3 a.m, Wells took our statements in a family consultation room that had a fake plant, a box of tissues, and a poster about stroke symptoms. I told it badly at first. I kept trying to organize it like a service report. Fuel gauge anomaly, GPS error, repeated mile marker, suspected fuel vapor, throttle malfunction, ignition event. Wells let me talk for maybe 5 minutes before he put down his pen. "Mr. Pierce," he said, "start with the first thing that frightened you." That was different. So I told him about the needle moving the wrong way. Mara told him about the missing service plaza and the SUV's lights filling the mirrors. Owen told him very quietly that he thought the reflective marker in the woods was a person, and that the pipes smelled like pennies and dirt. Wells wrote that down too. By sunrise, the rain had stopped. The windows in the hospital waiting area faced east over a parking lot, shining with puddles. Mara slept upright in a chair with Owen curled against her side, his new temporary wrap bright white on his wrist. Someone had found him a sweatshirt from a donation closet, said Saints Soccer in cracked blue letters, and hung to his knees. I stood near the vending machines with coffee I could not taste and called my mother. That was worse than talking to police. She answered on the second ring, already awake, because mothers of grown children still have some kind of weather system in them. "Nate," "We're okay," I said first, because I had learned at least one thing. Then I told her enough to make her sit down, but not enough to make her drive across the state at dawn. I failed. She said she was coming. I did not argue. The legal part unfolded in pieces over the next several days. Darrell Voss had prior convictions for theft, assault, and receiving stolen property. The van had cut copper wire, siphon pumps, handheld radios, cloned maintenance placards, and 2 portable message boards folded flat in the back. The sedan had stolen license plates in the trunk. Eric's SUV had a cracked bumper where it had nudged construction barrels earlier that night trying to make room for us. The spike strip was homemade from welded steel teeth and rubber matting. The crew had been stealing from turnpike work zones for months. Batteries from traffic counters, copper from signal cabinets, diesel from generators, tools from contractor trucks. That night, they had apparently escalated. Or we had stumbled into the first night they tried something more direct. Wells would not say which, because investigators never like a theory until it has paperwork under it. The exit signs had not vanished. That was what they told us. Some were portable signs that had been repositioned for overnight work. One service plaza message had been left on after a closure. The mile marker repeat came from a temporary construction marker placed too close to the permanent one, both reflecting through rain at different angles. GPS had lost and regained position because of terrain, storm interference, and the app's detour data. All plausible, all documented, all not enough. The Subaru's report took longer. Fuel system overpressure, failed evaporative emissions valve, electrical short near the rear harness, possible contamination in the fuel tank. The mechanic hired by the insurance company explained it over the phone like he was apologizing for the English language. "So was it filling up?" I asked. "No," he said, "not in the way you mean. The gauge read full because the sending unit failed high. The range went from 30 miles to over 500. Computer calculates off the sender and recent fuel economy. Bad input, bad output. What about the smell? Fuel was venting. You were lucky you stopped." I almost laughed. "We didn't stop," I said. "The car stopped us." He did not know what to do with that. The one unresolved detail was the fuel contamination. "Water and sediment," he said. "Some rust particles. Not unusual in older underground tanks, though I had filled up at a busy station near Breezewood earlier that evening, and my receipt showed regular unleaded from pump 7. The station passed inspection 2 days later. No other complaints. No contamination found in their tanks. Could someone have put something in my tank? I asked. Possible, the mechanic said. No locking cap. No, then possible. But I can't prove it. That word stayed with me. Possible. It followed me back to Columbus in a rental car my mother drove because Mara refused, and I was not cleared. My mother, Elaine Pierce, female, 67, from Scranton, kept both hands at 10 and 2 the whole way, as if the steering wheel might try to escape. Mara sat in the back with Owen. Nobody slept. Every time we passed a service plaza, Mara watched it until it was behind us. Every time a black SUV appeared in another lane, Owen went quiet. At home, ordinary life returned badly. Owen got to his orthopedic appointment 2 days late. The doctor said the wrist was healing, though the wet cast had irritated his skin. Mara stayed with me for a week instead of going back to Pittsburgh. She said it was because I had a concussion and couldn't be trusted not to climb a ladder. That was partly true. It was also because she didn't want to drive after dark. Neither did I. I took leave from work. The first time I went into my own garage, the smell of gasoline from the mower made me step backwards so fast I knocked over a rake. It clattered against the concrete, and I stood there breathing through my mouth, embarrassed in front of nobody. Mara found me there. She didn't say, "Are you okay?" She had learned that question had too many wrong answers. She said, "Come inside." So I did. Eric survived. Called 3 weeks later from his sister's house in Altoona, where he was recovering with stitches, a sling, and what he described as a heroic amount of daytime television. His contractor ID had been reinstated properly. The commission was reviewing procedures. He hated that phrase as much as I did. "You saved us," I said. He was quiet for a moment. "You pulled me through a fence," he said. "Let's call it a group project." Mara took the phone after me and apologized for not trusting him. He said, "You were right not to. You didn't know me." That, more than anything, made her cry. By the time charges were filed, the news had already simplified the story. Turnpike theft ring busted after fiery crash. Family escapes burning vehicle near Somerset. Contractor shot during roadside incident. A few comments online said we should have pulled over immediately. A few said we were lucky. A few said it sounded fake because people like neat stories with sensible choices made from warm rooms. I stopped reading them. Months later, I still check the gas gauge too often. That is the almost ordinary part. I drive in daylight now when I can. I keep a flashlight, glass breaker, first aid kit, paper atlas, battery pack, and locking fuel cap. I do not let the tank drop below half. When the low fuel light came on once in a rental, I pulled into the first station and sat there for a full minute with my hands in my lap before I could get out. Mara and Owen are better in the way people are better after something leaves a mark. Owen jokes about the culvert sometimes, but he will not crawl through playground tunnels anymore. Mara teaches her students about systems and failure points with a seriousness that makes 8th graders stop whispering. She still calls me when she has to drive at night, not because she needs directions, just so there is another voice in the car. As for me, I no longer trust myself when I say it's probably nothing. That may be healthy. It may not. One evening in April, nearly 5 months after the turnpike, an envelope arrived from the insurance company. Inside was the final total loss paperwork and a small packet of photographs from the vehicle inspection. I almost threw them away. Then I looked. There was the Subaru, blackened at the rear, interior melted into strange shapes, dashboard frozen forever behind cracked glass. There was the fuel filler area, burned open. There was a close-up of the tank sending unit, charred and twisted. And there was one photo I could not place at first. A small object recovered from the gravel near the rear tire. Cylindrical, blackened, about the size of a thumb. The caption read, "Foreign plastic cap, source undetermined." I called the mechanic. He said it could have come from anything. A siphon pump, road debris, part of the car, part of equipment in the yard, something dropped by the fire crew. Nothing to worry about now. Nothing to worry about now. I put the photograph in a drawer instead of throwing it away. That night, Mara called while driving back from Owen's school concert. I stayed on the phone with her until she reached her driveway. We talked about normal things, her students, my mother's blood pressure, Owen's trumpet solo, which Mara said was brave and awful. When she got home, she said, "Thanks, anytime." I heard her car door open, a soft dinging. Wind. Then she paused. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," she said. I waited. She exhaled once, close to the microphone. "There's a black SUV parked down the block." I sat up. "Could be anybody," she said quickly. I didn't answer. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. Through the phone, I heard the small domestic sounds of her street. A dog barking behind a fence. A trash can lid scraping concrete. Owen asking from somewhere nearby if he had to bring his trumpet inside. Then a car engine started in the distance. Mara said, "It's leaving." I listened until the sound faded. "Go inside," I said. "I am." "Lock the door." "I know." She did. I heard the deadbolt slide. We stayed on the phone another 10 minutes anyway, talking about nothing important, while the ordinary world settled around both of us with all its lights on and all its exits visible. I never saw that SUV myself. Mara never got the plate. Maybe it was just a neighbor's guest. Maybe it was a parent from the concert. Maybe it was one of the thousands of black SUVs in Pennsylvania that have never followed anyone down a wet access road. That is the problem with surviving something explainable. You get the facts. Then you have to live with the spaces between them. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing we heard under the slide was a phone ringing. Not vibrating. Not playing some stupid novelty ringtone through a cracked speaker. Ringing clean and bright, like it was sitting on a kitchen counter, somewhere dry and normal, waiting for somebody to wipe their hands on a towel and answer it. We all stopped. The sound came from the black mouth at the bottom of the blue tube slide, where 4 inches of green rainwater had collected in a concrete splash channel, and gnats hovered in a soft, twitching cloud. A frog clicked once in the weeds. Somewhere beyond the fence, traffic moved on the state road in a thin, steady hiss. Then the ringing cut off. None of us said anything for a second. "Okay," Merck said finally, lifting his camera just enough to film the slide opening. That's either content, or that's how we die in the dumbest way possible. My name is Rowan Pike, 26, male, from Pennsylvania. And I wish I could tell you we turned around right then. I wish I could tell you I had one clean, intelligent instinct in my body that morning. But I was there because I had spent the last 6 months saying yes to things I didn't want to do, trying to prove I wasn't the person my friends had quietly started treating me like after the accident. Careful Rowan, nervous Rowan, the guy who checked locks twice and hated basements and needed a minute before walking down steep stairs. So, when the phone rang from inside a water slide at a dead water park, I did what I had been doing lately. I pretended I was fine. The park was called Cascade Kingdom, though the faded sign out front only said Cascade Kin now. The last 3 letters broken off and lying somewhere in the scrub like old teeth. It sat outside Erie, Pennsylvania, about 15 minutes inland from the lake, folded into a patch of woods behind a shuttered mini golf course and a chain link fence with enough gaps to suggest teenagers, copper thieves, and bored men with bolt cutters had all taken turns loving it badly. We had driven up from Pittsburgh before dawn in Merck's dented Subaru because he wanted to shoot a short video for his Abandoned Places channel. Not a big channel, not even close, but big enough that he had become unbearable about thumbnails. Merck Nowak, 27, male, Polish-American, was the kind of person who could make trespassing sound like civic preservation. He wore black jeans in August, carried 3 camera batteries, and had a talent for smiling exactly when somebody else was getting uncomfortable. He wasn't cruel. That would be easier to explain. He just believed every uneasy moment deserved a second take. With us was Tessa Ward, 25, female, from Ohio, who had known Merck since college and me since before either of us learned how to lie convincingly. She worked as an ER tech in Columbus and treated danger the way some people treated weather, something to assess, complain about, and move through if necessary. She had a blunt ponytail, a backpack full of wipes and gauze, because she didn't trust us to avoid tetanus, and the permanent expression of someone listening for the stupid part. And then there was Julian Hart, 32, male, from Manchester, England, who had joined us because Merck met him at a photography meetup and decided the British guy with the drone gave the video international appeal. Julian was taller than all of us, soft-spoken, sunburned along the nose, and polite in a way that made every warning sound optional. He had brought a drone case, a collapsible tripod, and a paper map he had printed from an old municipal planning archive. "You printed a map?" Tessa had asked when we parked behind the mini golf windmill. Julian had unfolded it across the hood of the Subaru, careful as a surgeon. Signal gets patchy in derelict sites. Also, old layouts are useful. You can tell where maintenance corridors used to run. Merck had leaned over it, already filming. "This is why we import talent." "I'm not imported," Julian said. "I'm divorced." That got a laugh out of us. A real one. The morning still had that harmless quality then, the kind that makes bad choices feel like quirky errands. The air smelled like wet asphalt, lake damp, and the sweet rot of leaves piled against forgotten concrete. We slipped through a section of fence peeled back near the service road, one at a time, ducking under vines that had grown through the links. My shirt caught on a twisted barb, and for one embarrassing second I was stuck there, bent at the waist, my shoulder pinned. Tessa stepped back. "Don't yank. You'll open yourself up." "I'm not yanking. You're breathing like a pug in a carrier." Merk zoomed in. I pointed at him. "Delete that. Absolutely not." Tessa freed my sleeve with 2 fingers, then gave me a look that was half amusement and half something gentler. "You good?" "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Just fabric." But the fence had pulled me close to the ground, and for that second I'd smelled rust and wet dirt and the trapped mineral stink of a storm drain. My chest had gone tight in the small, private way it did sometimes, a fist closing around a memory. 3 years earlier, I had rolled my car into a drainage culvert during a January storm outside Altoona. Black ice, bad luck, a guardrail that didn't hold. I was upside down for 23 minutes, with freezing water coming in through the cracked windshield, listening to my phone buzz under the passenger seat where I couldn't reach it. The rescue crew got me out with a broken collarbone, 2 fractured ribs, and a calm little animal living permanently behind my sternum. I didn't tell Julian that. Merk knew because he had visited me in the hospital and made too many jokes because he couldn't handle quiet. Tessa knew because she had been the person I called when I started shaking in grocery store parking lots for no obvious reason. We walked in through the back of the park, past employee parking where saplings had split the white lines, and a sun-bleached sign still threatened towing at the owner's expense. Beyond that, Cascade Kingdom opened around us in layers. Ticket booths with their windows punched out, a lazy river filled with leaves and mosquito film, snack stands with cartoon pirates smiling through mildew, a wave pool as dry as a quarry, except for shallow puddles gathered in the cracks. The place had been closed since 2014, according to Merck's research. Lawsuits, failed ownership changes, unpaid taxes, the usual slow American death. A local news article said there had been injuries before it shut down, but not the kind that made legends. A broken wrist, a concussion. One kid who needed stitches after cutting his foot on a drain cover. The headline had called the park troubled, which meant nobody important had died. Not officially, anyway. "Don't start," Tessa said when Merck said that. I didn't say anything. "You had a tone." Julian had his camera out, taking stills of the wave pool. "There's a pump house under the far side," he said, pointing. "Map shows a service tunnel connecting to the filter building." "Why would they need tunnels under a water park?" Merck asked. "Pipes," Julian said. "Pumps, electrical, staff access. Nothing mysterious." "See," Tessa said, "the nice man has ruined your ghost episode." "I don't do ghosts," Merck said. "I do atmosphere. You do trespassing with music beds." The calm came in pieces after that. We moved through the park slowly, taking photos, talking low, even though there was nobody to hear us. Wind moved over the dry wave pool and pushed a crushed soda cup in circles. Somewhere in the trees, a woodpecker knocked against hollow bark in a pattern so regular it almost sounded mechanical. Every few steps, our shoes scraped grit or popped seed pods underfoot. I started to relax. That was the stupid part. the part I keep replaying. Because once the place became beautiful, I stopped treating it like a hazard. There were murals everywhere, sun blasted but still cheerful. Dolphins wearing sunglasses, cartoon otters, a blue dragon wrapped around a height chart. The kiddie area had mushroom fountains frozen mid-splash, their red caps flaking paint into the dry basin below. A fiberglass whale lay on its side near the old family changing rooms, split along the seam, with yellow jackets crawling in and out of its mouth. Merrick loved that. He crouched, framed it, whispered, "That's disgusting." "Perfect." Tessa stood beside me, arms folded. "You're doing okay." "Why does everyone keep asking me that?" "Because you keep rubbing your collarbone." I looked down. I was. My fingers were pressed into the old healed break at the base of my throat. "Habit," I said. She didn't argue. Tessa rarely did when she knew she was right. She just passed me a bottle of water from her bag. We found the big slide complex near the back of the park, half hidden by sumac and a collapsing line of cabanas. It rose above everything else, 3 stories of platforms, stairs, faded tubes, and open flumes twisted together like something poured from plastic and left to harden. The tower had once been painted tropical colors. Now it was chalky blue, sunburned yellow, and rust brown where bolts had bled down the supports. The tallest slide was enclosed, a dark blue tube that started from the top platform and wound around the tower twice before dropping into a splash channel at ground level. Beside it were 2 open racing slides, cracked and littered with branches. A sign at the base still read, "Abyssal plunge, keep arms crossed, no single riders under 48 INCHES." Merrick swung his camera toward me. Title card. "No," I said. "Yes. Stand by the sign and look like you regret your choices." I already look like that. Julian was studying the map again. "This one's odd." Tessa glanced over. "Odd how? The old layout says the splash channel should drain into a catch basin here." He tapped the paper, then toward the pump house. "But this structure," he looked up at the slide's exit, "it looks modified." Merrick turned the camera toward him. "Modified how?" Julian hesitated, and that hesitation was the first tiny shift. He had been steady all morning, pleasantly technical, explaining everything into harmlessness. But now, he stepped toward the blue slide's mouth and tilted his head. "See the concrete," he said. The splash channel beneath the slide was rectangular, maybe 20 feet long, with sloped sides stained black-green by algae. The tube ended about waist high above it. Rainwater filled the bottom, dark enough to hide whatever lay under the surface. The far end, where there should have been a drain grate, somebody had patched the concrete with newer material. Not new, but newer than the park. Pale gray instead of weathered brown, rough around the edges. Tessa crouched. Somebody sealed it. "Maybe to stop kids getting in," I said. "Kids don't usually get stopped by concrete," Merrick said. Julian stepped closer to the slide opening. "There's airflow." "What?" I asked. He held up a hand near the black mouth of the tube. "Feel that?" I didn't want to. I did anyway. A faint breath came from inside the slide. Cool, damp air, smelling of algae, old plastic, and something metallic underneath. Not strong, not impossible, just enough to touch the hairs on my wrist. "Could be temperature difference," Julian said. "Tube heats up, air moves." "Thank you," Tessa said. Boring answer accepted. Then the phone rang. It came from inside the tube or beneath it, or somewhere the curved plastic made impossible to locate. Bright, modern, normal, 3 rings. 4. Merck's camera lowered a fraction. Julian stopped smiling. Tessa whispered, "Nobody move." The 5th ring echoed weirdly, flattened and stretched by the tube. The sound made the space feel shaped around it, hollow behind the hollow. Then it stopped. A fly landed on my cheek. I brushed it away too hard. "Could be one of ours," Merck said. We checked. All 4 phones. Mine had 2 bars and a cracked screen protector. Tessa S was at 68%. Merck S was recording. Julian's was in airplane mode because of the drone. "Maybe someone dropped it," I said. "In 2014, Tessa asked. "People come here." "They do," Merck said, recovering a little. He lifted the camera again, but not all the way. "Urban explorers, teenagers, scrappers." "Or someone is here now," Tessa said. That put a different shape on things. We listened. No voices. No footsteps on the upper platforms. No crackle of brush beyond the slides. Just wind moving a loose metal sign somewhere, a soft clank, then the faraway rush of a truck changing gears on the road. "Hello," Merck called. Tessa gave him a look sharp enough to cut tape. "What?" he whispered. No answer came. Julian moved to the side of the splash channel and peered into the water. "There's something down there." I saw it after he pointed. A rectangle under the surface, half buried in green slime near the patched concrete. Not a phone. Too large. Maybe a small plastic case or an old first aid box. The water distorted its edges. Merck crouched. "Can you reach it?" "No," Tessa and I said at the same time. He grinned, but it didn't last. "Okay, but theoretically." "Theoretically," Tessa said, "you stick your hand in abandoned water and lose a finger to broken glass, a needle, or whatever bacteria is currently running for mayor in there." Julian straightened and wiped his palms on his trousers. "We could send the drone up. Check the top platform before we go anywhere near the tube." "Go anywhere near the tube," I said. Merck looked at me. "We came to shoot the slide complex. We shot it. We shot the outside." Tessa stood. "No, Rowan's right. We heard a phone in a place where there should not be a phone. That's not a bit. That's a leave and call non-emergency situation." Merck's mouth tightened. "And say what?" "Hi, we were trespassing and heard a phone ring in a water slide. They'll tell us to get out. Maybe fine us." "Great." We get out. Julian glanced toward the top of the slide tower. There may be an access hatch. If someone dropped a phone into the tube recently, they might be injured nearby. That landed badly because it was reasonable. Tessa looked at him. "Do you actually think that?" "I think it's possible." Merck pointed at Julian like he had just been handed evidence. "Exactly. We can check without being idiots." Tessa laughed once, dry. That has never been the slogan of this group. I looked at the slide mouth again. The black inside of it wasn't completely black. That bothered me. There was a faint pale scuff along the lower curve, as if something had scraped through recently. A shoe, maybe. A plastic cooler, a raccoon, anything. The air breathed out again. Cool on my knuckles. My bad rib gave one dull pulse, though I knew ribs didn't remember things. Brains did. Skin did. The body kept receipts and handed them back at inconvenient times. I should have said no clearly. Not made a joke. Not softened it for Merck. Just no. Instead, I said, we check from the top. 5 minutes. If we see anything weird, we leave and call it in. Tessa looked at me, disappointed in the way only someone who cares about you can be. Rowan, I'm not going inside the slide, I said. Nobody is. We just look. Merrick brightened. Perfect. No, Tessa said. Not perfect. Barely acceptable. Julian folded the map and tucked it under one arm. Stairs are on the north side. They may be unsafe. Everything here is unsafe, Tessa said. We moved toward the tower. The stairs were metal grating, orange with rust, but still bolted to the frame. Merrick went first, testing each step with theatrical care, until Tessa told him to stop performing or fall quietly. Julian followed, one hand on the rail, map tube under his arm. I went third. Tessa came last, which I knew meant she didn't trust any of us not to do something stupid behind her back. Halfway up, I looked down. The park spread out below us in sun-bleached shapes and dark puddles. The lazy river curved between weeds. The wave pool sat empty and white. Beyond the fence, ordinary houses showed through the trees, roofs, and satellite dishes, and one blue above-ground pool, bright as a toy. Normal life was right there, close enough to hear dogs barking, too far to feel useful. On the second landing, my foot slipped on wet leaves mashed into the grating. My shoulder hit the rail, and the whole stair structure answered with a shuddering metallic groan. Everyone froze. Easy, Tessa said from below. I'm good. Don't lie while holding rusty infrastructure. I breathed through my nose. The air up here smelled hotter, baked plastic and bird droppings, with the damp smell still rising from the slide like a basement vent. At the top platform, the entrance to Abyssal Plunge waited under a sun-faded canopy. The tube opening was round, blue, and scuffed white along the lip. Somebody had spray painted a crude, smiley face beside it. Somebody else had crossed it out. Merrick lifted his camera. Julian took 2 steps toward the slide entrance, then stopped. What? I asked. He pointed at the platform floor. There were drag marks in the dust. Not dramatic, not bloody, nothing like that. Just 2 clean lines through dirt, parallel, running from the top of the stairs to the lip of the enclosed slide. Between them were smudges that might have been footprints, or knees, or the marks left by a heavy bag. Tessa came up beside me and saw them. 5 minutes is over, she said. Below us, from inside the slide, the phone began ringing again. This time, it did not stop after 5 rings. It kept going, bright and patient beneath our feet, while Merrick stared at the dark tube entrance, and Julian slowly unfolded the old map with hands that were not quite steady. We had a choice then. Back down the stairs, out through the fence, call it in, and admit we had no idea what we'd found. Or look inside first. Merrick said, very quietly, just one look. And the worst part is that none of us answered him right away. The phone kept ringing under us, cheerful as an alarm in a hotel room nobody had checked out of. Merrick had his camera pointed at the slide mouth, but he wasn't doing his narrator voice anymore. That was how I knew he was scared. When Merrick was comfortable, he filled space. When he was nervous, he looked for proof that the world was still interesting instead of dangerous. Just one look, he repeated. Tessa stepped between him and the blue plastic opening. No, absolutely not. "We're not climbing in," Merrick said. "You were thinking it." "I was thinking we shine a light down there." That's how not climbing in becomes my shoe slipped. And then I'm explaining to a cop why I let 3 grown men luge into hepatitis. Julian crouched near the drag marks, careful not to touch them. The dust on the platform was thin and gray, gathered in little dunes where rain hadn't reached. 2 parallel streaks cut through it toward the slide opening, almost ruler straight. Up close, I could see narrower marks beside them, like fingertips had skittered and dragged. The ringing stopped. The sudden absence of it made the platform feel too high. Wind passed through the rails and made the tower creak at the joints. Julian said, "There's dirt displaced on the lip." Tessa looked down at him. "Please don't narrate evidence unless you are about to say we're leaving. I am saying someone may have gone in recently, or some idiot dragged a cooler up here." "Could be," he said, which somehow made it worse. I stood behind them, one hand on the sun-hot railing, looking at the circle of blue tube. There was a strip of shade inside it where the curve bent down. The plastic had been polished smooth by years of bodies and water, but under the dust I saw newer scrapes, white gouges, a smear of something brown that could have been mud. I told myself mud. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I almost dropped it. It was just a notification from my carrier. "Welcome to Erie County. Data speeds may vary." "Jesus," I muttered. Tessa heard the catch in my voice. "Rowan, fine." She gave me the look again. I said, "I'm fine." "No, you said the word fine. There's a difference." Merrick lowered the camera. "Can we focus?" "We are focusing," Tessa snapped. "We're focusing on not dying in a water slide." Julian unfolded his old map against the platform railing, pinning one corner with his elbow so the wind wouldn't take it. The original slide drain connected to this service line. He traced with his finger. The line runs beneath the splash channel, then into a maintenance corridor that follows the grade down toward the pump house. "Why would a phone ring in a service line?" Merrick asked. "Because someone dropped it through an access hatch," Tessa said. "Because raccoons collect iPhones now. Because some teenager left it here as a prank. Pick your boring answer." The ringing started again. Not under us this time. It came from lower down, muffled and warped through the body of the tube, then seemed to move. Or maybe the sound bounced through the slide's curves. 1 second, it was below our feet. The next, it was near the first bend, inside the plastic coil wrapped around the tower. Tessa whispered, "No." Merrick's camera came back up by instinct. I reached for my own phone and opened the flashlight. My thumb slipped twice. Sweat had made the glass greasy. "Rowan," Tessa said, "I'm just looking, don't." But I was already stepping closer. I didn't put my head inside. That mattered to me. I held the phone out at arm's length and aimed the light down the tube. The beam hit scuffed blue plastic. A few leaves stuck to damp streaks. The black seam where one section bolted to another. The slide dipped sharply after 6 feet and curved left. Beyond that, the light vanished. Then something flashed back. A tiny white blink deep inside. Not eyes, not that, a reflection. Glass maybe, a screen, phone, Merrick said. Tessa swore under her breath. The ringing cut off again. A second later, my own phone displayed no service. I stared at the top corner. I just had bars. Merrick checked his. "Same." Tessa pulled hers out. 1 bar, No, wait, gone. Julian looked toward the trees beyond the park. Could be the tower dropping. Bad coverage. Convenient timing, Merrick said. Tessa turned on him. Do not make this fun. I'm not. You are. You're scared, so you're making it a scene. That shut him up. Below, somewhere near the base of the tower, metal clanged. All four of us froze. Not the loose sign from earlier. This was heavier. A door, maybe. A panel knocked shut. Julian moved first, crossing to the railing and looking down through the grating. I don't see anyone. Merrick leaned beside him. Hello, Tessa grabbed the back of his shirt. Stop yelling our location. We already yelled our location. Then stop updating them. The word landed on the platform and stayed there. My mouth tasted like old pennies. I looked past the stairs, down at the ground-level splash channel. The water there was still, except for ripples spreading from the slide exit. Soft rings widening against the algae. Something had disturbed it. Guys, I said. They followed my gaze. The rectangular object under the green water was closer to the surface now, or more visible because the sun had shifted. It sat near the sealed drain patch, pale and slick. Not a first aid box, not a case, a phone. A white phone in a cracked, waterproof pouch. Tessa said, That's not the one ringing. Nobody answered, because we all understood it at once. There was one phone in the water below, and another ringing somewhere inside the slide or beneath it. Whispered, maybe two people. Or one phone got moved, Julian said, but his voice didn't commit to it. Then my phone buzzed again. No service, but a text banner appeared anyway, delayed from earlier or forced through some thin pocket of signal. Unknown number. Please help, that was all. I held it up without speaking. Tessa's face changed. The irritation drained out first. Then the color. Merrick said, Is that real? My throat worked before sound came out. It came to me. Reply, Julian said. I typed with shaking thumbs. Where are you? The message hung there, spinning, not sent. Move, Tessa said. Try the stairs, higher, lower. I don't know, just move until it sends. Her training had switched on. I could hear it. Her voice had flattened into the version that gave instructions in rooms where somebody was bleeding. I stepped toward the stairs and lifted the phone. Nothing. Merrick went to the far railing, holding his phone up like a sacrifice. I've got one bar. Call 911, Tessa said. He tapped, waited. Call failed. Try again. I am trying. Julian had his own phone out despite airplane mode. He turned it back on, waited, grimaced. No signal. The unknown number text still sat on my screen, simple and terrible. Please help, Tessa took a breath. We need to get back to the car. Drive until we have signal. Call police and fire. Nobody goes in anything. Merrick looked toward the slide mouth. Merrick, she said. I didn't say anything. You looked. He spread his hands. If somebody is in there, minutes matter. If somebody is in there, rescue needs gear, radios. A confined space team, not us. Julian nodded. She's right. Merrick stared at him as if betrayed. You're the one who said they could be injured. And that does not make us qualified. A sound came up through the slide. Not the phone. A cough. Wet, distant, human enough that all the argument stopped. It came once, then again, followed by a scraping noise that raised bumps along my arms. Plastic against something hard, or something hard against plastic. Tessa's lips parted. No words came out. Hello, Merrick called, quieter this time, toward the tube. Can you hear us? A pause. Then from far inside, bent by the curves and distance, a voice answered. Don't, that was it. One word or part of one. The rest dissolved into a rattling breath and the hollow thump of movement deeper in the slide. Tessa gripped the railing. We're leaving now. We can't just leave, Merrick said. We are leaving to get help. What if they don't have time? What if we get stuck too? That one hit me in the center of the chest. Stuck. I saw my car roof crushed against creek stones. I heard water ticking against the ceiling, except the ceiling had been the floor, and the seatbelt had locked hard across my ribs. My phone buzzing under the passenger seat, unreachable. My own breathing loud inside the wreck. I stepped back from the slide entrance. The platform tilted slightly under my feet. It didn't really. I knew it didn't. But my body had already voted. Julian touched my shoulder. Rowan, I can't go in there, I said. No one had asked me to, not directly. But saying it out loud felt like opening a seam. Tessa softened immediately. No one is going in there. Merrick didn't look at me. That was worse than if he had. The text finally changed. Not delivered. I almost laughed. A tiny, ugly sound got trapped in my mouth. Okay, Tessa said. Down the stairs, together. We drive out. She started down first this time, putting herself between us and whatever was below. Julian followed. Merrick hesitated long enough to point his camera one last time at the dark slide mouth. Merrick, I said. He looked at me. For once, he seemed embarrassed. He lowered it. We began descending. The stairs complained under each step. Rust, dust shook loose in orange freckles. Through the grated landings, I could see the base of the tower and the splash channel below. The phone in the water glinted once. The sealed concrete patch looked brighter from above, like a scab on the drain. We were halfway down when Julian stopped so abruptly, I bumped into him. What? I asked. He pointed toward the service road. Beyond the cabanas, near the line of trees where we'd entered, Merrick's Subaru sat with its rear hatch visible through the fence. A man stood beside it. He wore a gray hoodie despite the heat, sleeves shoved up to the elbows, and a baseball cap pulled low. He was maybe 40, maybe younger in a hard-lived way. From the tower, details blurred, but I saw the bolt cutters in his hand. Then he swung them into the Subaru's driver's side window. The crack carried to us a second later. Merrick shouted, "Hey!" The man looked up. Even from that distance, I felt the attention land on us. He didn't run. That was the wrong part. If he had been some random thief caught breaking into a car, he should have bolted into the trees. Instead, he stood there with glass around his shoes, staring toward the slide tower. Then he reached into the Subaru. No, 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 Merrick said, pushing past Julian. Tessa grabbed him, but he twisted free. Merrick, stop. He took the last flight too fast. His shoe slipped on a rusted tread. He caught the railing with a metallic bang that shook the whole staircase and kept going. By the time we reached the ground, the man had pulled something from the Subaru's front seat. Merrick's camera bag. Leave it, Tessa shouted. Merrick was already running. There are moments when everyone makes the wrong decision at the same time, but each person thinks they're correcting someone else's mistake. Merrick ran because the bag had his hard drives, wallet, car keys, and most of his equipment. Tessa ran after him, because she couldn't let him confront a stranger with bolt cutters. Julian ran because Tessa ran. I ran because being left alone beside the slide felt worse than moving. The man in the hoodie turned and disappeared behind the mini golf windmill. Merrick vaulted a low chain near the cabanas and nearly went down in weeds. "Hey, that's mine. Let it go," Tessa yelled. But Merrick was fast when fear dressed itself as anger. We followed him past the snack stand, through a path choked with vines and broken plastic lounge chairs. Branches slapped my arms. The air smelled of hot leaves and stagnant water. Ahead, I saw gray fabric flicker between trees. Then the man stopped. Not far from the fence, maybe 30 yards from the Subaru. He dropped the camera bag onto the pavement. Merrick slowed. So did we. The man backed away with his hands visible, bolt cutters still in one fist. "Don't come closer," he said. His voice was rough, local, ordinary. That made him more frightening somehow. Tessa stepped in front of Merrick. "We don't want trouble, just leave the bag." The man laughed once. "You people don't listen." Merrick pointed at him. "You broke into my car. You shouldn't be here. Neither should you." The man's eyes moved past us toward the slide tower. He had pale stubble and a scar along one cheek that looked old and puckered. Sweat ran down from under his cap. Julian spoke carefully. "Is someone hurt in the slide?" The man's jaw tightened. Tessa saw it too. "We heard a phone. We got a text." "What text?" he asked too quickly. I held my phone tighter without meaning to. The man noticed. "Give me that," Tessa said. "No." He took one step forward, bolt cutters low at his side. "Give me the phone and leave." Merrick scoffed. "Are you insane?" The man looked at him with sudden, exhausted fury. "You think this is a set? You think this is for your little video? You got no idea what you're standing on." "What does that mean?" Julian asked. The man shook his head. "It means get out while you can still walk out." A siren chirped in the distance. Not close. Maybe on the road beyond the park. One quick electronic burst, then nothing. All of us turned toward it. The man used that half second. He lunged, not at Tessa or Merrick, but at me. I stepped back. My heel caught a root hidden under grass. I hit the ground hard on my elbow. Pain sparked down my arm, bright and nauseating. The phone flew from my hand and skidded across the pavement. The man grabbed for it. Tessa kicked it away. Not elegant, not cinematic. She just stomped sideways and sent my phone spinning under a broken picnic table. The man swung the bolt cutters. Tessa jumped back, but one handle clipped her forearm with a dull smack. She sucked in air through her teeth and clutched her arm to her chest. Merrick charged him. That went about as well as you'd expect. Merrick got one hand on the man's hoodie before the man drove a shoulder into his ribs and shoved him into the snack stand wall. Rotten plywood cracked. Merrick dropped to one knee, coughing. Julian grabbed a broken patio umbrella pole from the weeds and held it out like a spear, awkward but committed. "Back off," Julian said. The man looked at him, breathing hard. For a second, I thought he might actually swing at Julian too. Then, from inside Merrick's abandoned camera bag on the pavement, a phone began ringing. Not Merrick's phone, not mine. The same clean, bright ring. The man flinched so violently he almost dropped the bolt cutters. Tessa whispered, "Whose is that?" Nobody moved. The ringing went on. Merrick, still on one knee, reached for the bag. "Don't," the man said. Merrick ignored him and unzipped the front pocket. Inside was a phone in a cracked waterproof pouch, slick with algae and grit. The same kind as the one we'd seen under the water at the splash channel. The screen lit up with an incoming call. No caller ID. Merrick stared at it. This wasn't in my bag. The man took a step back. "You stupid," the word broke off. A sound came from the direction of the tower. Metal shifting. A long, grinding scrape. We turned. At the base of Abyssal Plunge, the sealed concrete patch near the splash channel had cracked. Not exploded, not dramatically. Just split along one edge, where older concrete met newer. Water was draining through it in a fast, dirty whirl. The splash channel emptied inch by inch. As the water lowered, something dark appeared beneath the slide exit. Not a drain grate, a gap. A rectangular opening, maybe 2 feet wide, where the patch had hidden a service access or broken culvert. Black water moved below it, lower than the channel, carrying leaves and bits of foam into a space under the slide. Then the voice came again. Louder now, rising out of the opening instead of the tube. "Please," a woman's voice. Real, ragged, terrified. Tessa forgot her arm. "Where are you?" The man in the hoodie backed toward the fence, shaking his head. No. I told them not to go down." Julian took a step toward him. "Who?" The man looked at us then, and whatever he had been trying to scare us away from seemed to collapse under something heavier. "My nephew," he said, "and the girl he was with. They went in last night." Merrick's face had gone gray. "Went in where?" The man pointed with the bolt cutters, not at the slide entrance, but at the draining hole beneath it. "Under," he said. "There's a maintenance shaft. Storm runoff took part of it out years ago. Ups below the pump rooms, into the old quarry cut. They sealed it because kids kept getting in." The word quarry made Julian look down at his map. Tessa said, "Call 911. "No signal," I said, still on the ground. "Then we drive." Merrick looked toward the Subaru. The man gave a short, humorless laugh. "What?" Tessa demanded. He nodded toward the parking area. "Your car, not driving anywhere." I pulled the ignition relay before I broke the window. Merrick stared at him. "What?" "I thought if I disabled it, you'd walk out," he said. "Then you went up the tower." "You trapped us here," Tessa said. "I was trying to keep you out." The woman below screamed. Not long. Not like in movies. One sharp sound, cut off by coughing and splashing. The ringing phone in Merrick's bag stopped. For 3 seconds, there was only wind, flies, Merrick's harsh breathing, and the faint rush of water draining beneath the slide. Then my unsent text finally changed. Delivered. A new message appeared beneath it. "Hurry, water rising." Tessa looked at the broken car, then the fence, then the slide. Her forearm was already swelling. "We need signal," Julian said, "or a working vehicle, or both." "The nearest road is 15 minutes on foot," Merrick said. "Longer if we're carrying someone," Tessa said. The man in the hoodie stared at the hole as if it had opened just for him. "There's another access inside the pump house, locked from outside. Stairs down." "Then open it," Tessa said. "I don't have the key." Merrick gave a bitter laugh. "Of course you don't." The man lifted the bolt cutters. Tessa turned toward the pump house at the far end of the park, a low concrete building half swallowed by vines. No one wanted to go back in. No one said that. because below the slide, in the dark space where the drain should have been, someone coughed again and tried to scream, but only managed a wet, broken sound. And for the first time since we climbed through the fence, leaving was no longer the same thing as escaping. We ran toward the pump house because it gave us something to do besides listen to a woman drown under a water slide. That sounds colder than I mean it. There are emergencies where the right path opens in front of you, clean and bright. Call 911. Apply pressure. Pull someone away from traffic. Then there are emergencies that scatter every choice across the ground like broken glass, and whichever one you pick, you can feel the others cutting through your shoes. The pump house sat at the far northeast corner of Cascade Kingdom, past the slide tower, beyond the lazy river's concrete loop, and behind a row of cabanas that had folded in on themselves. From the outside, it looked less like part of a theme park and more like a municipal bunker. Low, rectangular, cinder block walls painted the color of spoiled cream, a flat roof sagging under pine needles, and a steel door set into the south side with a faded authorized personnel only sign. The man in the gray hoodie moved ahead of us with the bolt cutters held low in one hand. His name, he finally told us, was Dale Mercer, 44, male, from Erie County. He said it without looking back, like he hated the sound of it. He used to work seasonal maintenance at Cascade Kingdom before it closed, back when the place still had teenage lifeguards sunburned on their noses and families leaving wet footprints across the food court. His nephew was Caleb Mercer, 19, male, also local, and the girl with him was Avery Sloan, 18, female, from a town east of Erie. They had come in the previous night to take pictures, or drink, or dare each other into places they should have avoided. Dale said that part like he had repeated it to himself until the words lost meaning. "How do you know they went under?" Tessa asked, breath tight as we pushed through weeds. Dale didn't answer. Tessa's forearm had already swollen into an ugly oval where the bolt cutter handle had caught her. She kept it tucked against her stomach, jaw clenched. Every time a branch brushed it, her face pinched and smoothed again. "How?" she repeated. Dale stopped near the lazy river bridge and turned. "Because Caleb called me at 2 a.m, said Avery slipped, said the old shaft door shut behind them. Then the line cut out. And you didn't call rescue," Merck said. Dale's eyes snapped to him. "I did." "Then where are they?" "They came to the gate. Sheriff's deputy. Volunteer fire." They walked the fence line, shined lights at the slides, said without proof of entry below, they couldn't send anyone into unstable structures in the dark. Told me to wait until morning for property owners and county emergency management. He laughed once, a hard little bark. "You ever tried calling a property owner for an abandoned water park at 3 a.m? Julian, carrying the map in one hand and the umbrella pole in the other, said, "So you came back alone?" "My sister is Caleb's mother," Dale said. "What was I supposed to do, sleep?" Merrick opened his mouth, then shut it. We crossed the lazy river on a footbridge with boards that bowed under our weight. Below, the old channel curved left toward the wave pool and right toward the children's splash area. It was filled with black water, leaves, and the pale bellies of dead weeds. Mosquitoes rose in a whining cloud around our knees. Somewhere behind us, at the slide complex, water still rushed through that broken gap, with the steady throat-clearing sound of a drain taking too much at once. My phone buzzed again. I stopped so fast Julian almost hit me. The unknown number had sent a photo. At first, I couldn't make sense of it. It was dark, blurred by motion, lit by a weak phone flash. Concrete wall. A strip of rusted pipe. Water up to somebody's thigh. In the lower corner, a hand pressed against a yellow painted rail. Then I saw the thing behind the rail. A sign bolted to the wall. Pump room below lower level. Tessa leaned in. That's inside the pump house. Dale grabbed for the phone, then caught himself before touching it. That's Avery's hand, he said. How do you know? Merrick asked. The ring. The hand in the photo wore a cheap silver ring shaped like a crescent moon. The message below it arrived a second later. Caleb hurt. Door jammed. Water getting higher. I typed back, we are coming through pump house. Stay near door if safe. How high is water? It spun. Not sent, of course. Dale stared at the door ahead of us like rage alone could open it. The first attempt was simple because panic likes simple plans. Break the lock, get inside, find the lower pump room, pull them out. The steel door had two locks, a regular handle lock and a heavy hasp with a rusted padlock. Dale put the jaws of the bolt cutters around the padlock shackle and squeezed. Nothing. He reset them, braced one handle against his thigh, and forced his weight down. The shackle gave a dry squeal, but did not snap. Let me, Merrick said. Dale ignored him. Tessa said, don't blow out your back trying to be useful. I am useful, Dale snapped. Then use your brain and not your spine. He rounded on her, and for a second I thought he might say something unforgivable. Instead, his face crumpled into exhaustion so quickly it was worse than anger. That kid called me, he said. Not his mom, not 911, me. Nobody had a good answer for that. Merrick took the cutters next. He had broader shoulders than Dale, and too much pride to quit on the first try. He set the jaws, grunted, and forced the handles together until the muscles stood out in his neck. The padlock cracked, not open, but sideways. A flake of rust fell to the concrete. Again, Julian said. Merrick did it again. The padlock snapped on the third try, and the hasp dropped against the door with a clang that rolled across the empty park. For 1 second, we all just stood there, listening for someone to shout back. No one did. Dale grabbed the handle. Locked. Move, Tessa said. Dale raised the bolt cutters again. Julian stopped him. Hinges. The hinges were outside, 3 of them, painted over and rusting where the pins sat exposed. Julian and Merrick worked the umbrella pole and a flathead screwdriver from Tessa's bag under the bottom hinge pin. It moved a 1/4 inch, then stuck. Merrick swore. Julian's hands shook, but he kept at it, tapping upward with a broken chunk of concrete. I stood lookout because it was the only job nobody had assigned, and the only one I could do without thinking about the picture of water around Avery's legs. From where I stood, I could see the park in pieces. To the west, the slide tower rose above the cabanas. South of us, the lazy river looped around a fake rock island. East, behind the pump house, the service road disappeared into brush, and a second stretch of fence leaned outward near a drainage ditch. North, the tree line thickened toward what Julian's map labeled an old quarry boundary. Something moved behind the pump house. A pale shape slid between trees. I stepped back. Dale. He didn't hear me over the tapping. The shape moved again, low to the ground, then rose. For half a second, I saw a face. White, round, watching from the brush. I made a sound I'm not proud of. Tessa turned. What? There's somebody back there. Dale spun with the bolt cutters. Merrick lifted his camera by reflex. Julian picked up the umbrella pole. The face bobbed again between leaves. Then it gave a hollow plastic clack and tipped sideways. Not a person. A faded lifeguard mannequin head wedged in a tangle of vines behind the pump house. Its body was missing. Its painted eyes stared nowhere. The movement had been a branch pushing it in the wind. Merrick let out a breath that became a shaky laugh. Oh, that's awful. Tessa looked at me, not laughing. You okay? I hated the question by then. I hated that she was right to ask it. Yeah, I said. Just saw it move. Dale stared at the mannequin head for 1 second too long. This place used to have 1,200 people in it on Saturdays, he muttered. Now look. The hinge pin finally popped free and fell into the weeds. That was the first partial success. It also cost us time. The second hinge took longer. The screwdriver bent. Merrick cut his palm on a burr of rust and tried to hide it until Tessa saw blood dripping from his fingers. Give me your hand, she said. It's nothing. Give me your hand before I make it worse. She cleaned it one-handed with an alcohol wipe, wrapped it in gauze, and taped it tight enough that Merrick hissed. Can you still hold things? She asked. Yes, then complain internally. By the time the last hinge pin came loose, my phone showed another message. Can't keep Caleb awake, I showed Tessa. She closed her eyes for half a second, then opened them different, sharper. Head injury or blood loss, she said. Maybe both. Dale shoved the pump house door with his shoulder. It shifted at the hinge side, but held at the latch. Merrick and Julian joined him. The three of them rocked it once, twice, and on the third shoved the latch tore out of rotten framing inside. The door swung inward and hit something heavy with a dull thud. The smell came out first. Old chlorine, mold, stagnant water, burned wiring, faint but distinct, like a toaster someone had unplugged too late. Inside, the pump house had 2 levels visible from the entrance. The main room was crowded with pipework, filter tanks, electrical panels, and a central walkway slick with green slime. Daylight entered through 2 narrow windows filmed with dirt. The floor was dry near the door, but wet farther in, where water seeped under a metal stairwell descending along the north wall. A sign above the stairs read, Lower Pump ROOMS/chemical storage. Tessa pointed. There. Dale moved first. Julian grabbed him by the shoulder. Wait, air quality. Dale ripped free. They're down there. And if there's gas, you die on the stairs and block the way, Julian said. That stopped him because it was practical, not sentimental. Tessa pulled a disposable mask from her bag, then looked at it with bitter amusement. This won't help with gas. Merrick lifted his phone flashlight. I can go down halfway. No, Tessa said. We test first. How? Julian scanned the room, then crossed to a shelf near the wall and picked up an old pool skimmer pole. He tied one of Merck's spare camera lights to the end with gaffer tape. Then he extended the pole down the stairwell. The light showed concrete steps descending maybe 12 feet, turning right at a landing, then continuing into water. Not ankle deep, not a puddle. Water covered the lower stairs from the landing down, moving gently from left to right. Pump room B is below that, Julian said, checking the map. The stairs continue to a corridor. If the water's already up to the landing, lower rooms are flooding. Dale leaned over the rail and shouted, "Avery, Caleb." His voice battered down the concrete stairwell and came back thinner. A faint answer rose from below. We couldn't make out words. Tessa shouted, "Avery, listen, we're above you. Are you trapped behind a door?" A pause. Then, distorted by concrete and water, "Yes." Tessa shut her eyes again. "Okay," Merck whispered, "we found them." "No," she said, "we found where they are. That's different." The second attempt was to get signal. Julian said the roof would give us the best chance. The pump house was lower than the slide tower, but closer to the service road and less wrapped in metal. Merck still had one bar flickering near the east window. My phone had nothing. Tessa's had emergency calls only, which meant no actual call would connect when she tried. Dale said he could climb to the roof from an exterior ladder on the north side. He had done it years ago to clear leaves. "I'll go," Merck said at once. "You cut your hand," Tessa said. "My legs work." Dale shook his head. "Ladder's rusted. You don't know which rungs are bad." "You do. I know enough." The argument wasted another minute, then two. Finally, Julian went with Dale, while Merck stayed with Tessa and me at the stairwell. Julian took Merck's phone because it had shown the best signal. Dale took the bolt cutters. I watched them leave through the open door and circle around the building to the north side. Below us, Avery called something again. Tessa crouched at the top of the stairs, careful of her bad arm. "Vree, can you hear me?" "Water S at the window," the voice came back. "What window?" Tessa asked. No answer. I looked at the map over her shoulder. Julian's finger marks had smudged the paper, but I could still see the pump house layout. Main room, lower corridor, pump room A, pump room B, chemical storage, sump pit. Beyond that, a line marked storm overflow culvert ran north toward the quarry cut. Water's at the window. Underground rooms don't have windows, unless she meant a viewing port, or a small interior window in a door, or panic had scrambled the word. My phone buzzed. Window and door. Can't open. Caleb bleeding from leg. Tessa read it and shouted down, "Avery, put pressure on Caleb's leg. Use a shirt, belt, anything. Press hard." Avery shouted back something like "I am," but it broke apart in an echo. From outside came a shout. Then metal tore, not loudly at first. A squeal, a ping, a human grunt. Merck ran to the door. Julian, another sound. A body hitting sheet metal. We all ran outside. On the north side of the pump house, the ladder climbed to the roof in a narrow gap between the cinder block wall and a cluster of trees. Julian was halfway up, clinging to the side rail. Dale was on the ground below, on his back, staring up like he couldn't understand how he'd got there. A rung had snapped free and hung from one bolt. Merck's phone lay in the grass. "Don't move," Tessa barked. Dale groaned. "I'm fine." Everyone says that before proving otherwise. He had landed badly on his hip and shoulder. No obvious bone through skin, no blood pouring out, but he tried to sit up and almost vomited from pain. Tessa checked him fast, efficient despite her own injured arm. "Can you stand?" she asked. Dale nodded, then failed. So the second attempt failed too. We had no call out, one injured guide who knew the building better than we did, and at least 2 trapped people below with water rising. Julian climbed down slowly, face pale. "I had a bar for a moment," he said. "The call started, then dropped." "Did it connect?" Merrick asked. "I don't know. That was not nothing. It was also not help." Back inside, the stairwell water had risen by 1 step. We all saw it. Nobody had to say it. Tessa did anyway. "We're losing time." Dale, sweating and propped against the wall, pointed toward the far side of the main room. "There's a service hatch. Behind the big filter tank. Goes to the chemical storage mezzanine, then down to lower B from the back." Julian checked the map. "It isn't marked. It was added after the flood in 09, Dale said, for maintenance. "Can it open?" Maybe, Tessa repeated. Dale looked at her. "You got a better door." No one did. We moved through the pump room single file. Merrick first with the camera light, Julian behind him with the map, me next, Tessa behind me, Dale limping last because he refused to stay put. The concrete floor sloped subtly toward drains filled with black sludge. Pipes ran overhead in thick painted lines, some labeled in flaking stencil. Return, waste, main, CHEM. Every few feet, water dripped from somewhere into metal pans or onto plastic lids with irregular ticks that made it hard to tell if anything else was moving. Behind the largest filter tank, we found the hatch. It was waist-high, square, and painted the same pale green as the wall. A wheel handle sat in the center, rusted but intact. Beside it, someone had scratched initials into the paint. CM plus AS. Dale saw them and made a sound like he had been struck. Caleb and Avery had been here, recently enough to leave fresh scratches through old dust. Merrick put his wrapped hand on the wheel. "Wait," Julian said. We all listened. From behind the hatch came a low mechanical hum, then a click, then another. "Pump?" I asked. Dale shook his head. "Power's been cut for years." The hum rose. Tessa stepped back. "That's not a pump." A sharp chemical smell crept through the seam around the hatch, chlorine and something harsher beneath it, acidic enough to prickle the inside of my nose. Julian looked up at the overhead pipes. If floodwater reached old chemical storage, it could be reacting with whatever's left. "Meaning?" Merrick asked. "Meaning we don't open an unknown hatch into fumes." From below the stairwell, Avery screamed again. This time we heard her clearly. "Help us." Merrick grabbed the wheel. "I'm opening it." Tessa seized his wrist with her good hand. "You open that and gas them or us. You haven't helped anyone. They're already dying. And you're not the main character," she snapped. That froze him harder than any warning could have. The hum clicked again. Then the lights came on, not all of them, not bright. But somewhere overhead, 3 old fluorescent tubes flickered to life, buzzing and stuttering in the filthy ceiling fixtures. One glowed weak yellow. One strobed. One burned steady for 2 seconds and went out. We stood there in that sick, pulsing light, nobody breathing right. Merrick whispered, "Power's cut, huh?" Dale stared at the electrical panels across the room. "It should be." The hum wasn't coming from behind the hatch. It was coming from the main electrical cabinet, where water had seeped under the metal door and pooled at its base. Julian said, very softly, "Everybody back away from the water." A blue-white spark snapped from the cabinet to a pipe. The pump room flashed. Tessa shoved me. I stumbled backward, slipped on slime, and caught myself on a railing with both hands. Pain shot through my wrist. Merrick grabbed Julian's sleeve and dragged him away from the wet patch. Dale tried to move and cried out as his hip failed him. Another spark cracked. The fluorescent tube overhead burst with a dry pop, raining glass onto the filter tank. Then the main door slammed shut. Not by itself. Whined through the building, pressure change, the broken hinge angle, something ordinary, something explainable later. But in the moment, it hit like a verdict. The door bounced once, then settled crooked in the frame. Outside, a low groan rolled through the park. The ground under the pump house seemed to answer. Water surged up the stairwell. Not a trickle. A brown rush that slapped the lower landing, climbed another step, and carried leaves, foam, and a plastic soda bottle into view. Somewhere beneath us, a drainage path had opened or blocked or redirected. The cracked splash channel, the old quarry cut, the storm overflow. All of it was connected in ways none of us understood, and now it was moving. My phone buzzed one last time. Door window cracking, then the screen went black. Not dead. Wet. I looked down and saw water spreading across the floor toward my shoes. The electrical cabinet sparked again. Julian shouted, "Out now." Merrick ran to the main door and pulled. It didn't move. The damaged latch had caught crooked when it slammed. The frame had shifted. The door we had broken to get in had become the thing holding us inside. Tessa reached the stairwell and looked down. Avery was still below us somewhere. Caleb too. Dale was on the floor, unable to stand. The service hatch smelled of chemicals. The main door was jammed. The water was rising into a room with live electricity, and the only dry way forward was deeper inside. The first spark hit the water 10 feet from my shoes. It didn't look like lightning. It looked small and mean, a blue-white snap from the bottom of the electrical cabinet into the spreading puddle, followed by a sound like somebody cracking a knuckle with a microphone pressed against it. "Back," Julian shouted. Tessa grabbed my shirt and hauled me off balance. My heel slid through slime. I hit the side of the big filter tank shoulder first, hard enough to make the metal boom. The water kept coming. It rolled up from the lower stairwell in dirty pulses, carrying leaves, foam, a bottle cap, a dead beetle. All of it riding the brown current like trash in a gutter after a summer storm. It spread across the pump house floor toward the electrical cabinet, then away from it in thin fingers. Merrick was at the main door, both hands on the handle, yanking so hard his wrapped palm left blood on the metal. "It's caught," he yelled. "Stop touching metal." Julian snapped. Merrick let go like the door had bitten him. Dale was on the floor near the wall, face gray, one leg twisted under him. "The hatch," he said. "You gotta use the hatch." "The hatch smells like a chemical fire," Tessa said. "It goes around," Dale said, teeth clenched. "Old mezzanine, back stairs. It bypasses the lower landing." Avery screamed below us again. This one did not last. It broke into coughing. Then we heard a different voice. Lower, fainter. Caleb. Dale tried to sit up. He couldn't. His face folded around the pain. Tessa crossed to him in 2 quick steps, keeping to the driest concrete. Don't move. My nephew is down there. And if you pass out, I'm choosing between carrying you and getting to him. That shut him up, but only barely. Julian had the map open on top of a dry pipe, his camera light clamped under his chin like a mechanic. The storm overflow culvert runs north. The lower corridor runs east-west. If Dale's hatch goes to the chemical storage mezzanine, it may connect above the flooded rooms. May, Merrick said. His voice was shaking now. Julian looked at him. Yes, May. Another spark snapped from the cabinet. The old fluorescent tube above us stuttered once, filling the room with a pale, hospital-colored flicker. Tessa looked at the service hatch. We need to know if the air behind it will knock us down. How? I asked. She dug one-handed through her bag and pulled out a roll of gauze, alcohol wipes, a lighter Merrick used for candles in video shoots, and a cheap N95 mask. Not scientifically. Julian shook his head. A flame test won't tell us enough, could make it worse. I know, she said. I'm not lighting the gas. I'm checking airflow. She tore gauze, wet it with bottled water from her pack, and tied it over her nose and mouth. Then she handed strips to us. This isn't protection. It's a delay. If your eyes burn badly, if you get dizzy, if your throat closes, you back out. There's no back out, Merrick said. Tessa looked at him. Then don't make me drag you. Julian taped Merrick's camera light to the pool skimmer pole again and extended it toward the hatch seam. The cloth strip tied to the end fluttered inward. Air was being pulled through. Negative pressure, Julian said. Something's drawing air down. Water moving through the culvert, Dale said, like a chimney. That could help, Julian said. Or it could pull fumes into our faces. Avery screamed again, and this time the word was clear. Window, Tessa shouted toward the stairs. Avery, get away from the door window. Turn your face away. A crash came from below, glass. Then water roared louder. Everything moved at once. Merrick grabbed the wheel on the hatch. Julian shouted for him to wait. Tessa shoved the medical bag strap over her shoulder and told Dale to stay awake, stay loud, keep talking if we disappeared. I stood there with my wet cloth in my hands, staring at the wheel. The enclosed space beyond it, the dark, the water. My body had started its old revolt. The tight chest, the buzzing hands, the ridiculous certainty that I was already upside down again, ribs pressed against a locked seatbelt, water creeping toward my mouth. Tessa saw me. Of course she saw me. Rowan, she said, softer than the room deserved. I need you here. Not 3 years ago, here, I nodded. It was a lie at first. Then it became almost true. Merrick turned the wheel. It shrieked. Rust dust fell in red flakes. He turned again, using his bandaged palm, breath hissing through his teeth. Julian got beside him and helped. The wheel moved half a rotation, then one full turn. The hatch popped inward an inch. The smell hit us. Chlorine, yes, but old and sour, mixed with damp concrete, and something sharp enough to sting the soft tissue behind my eyes. Tessa turned her face away and coughed into the cloth. Wait, Julian said. But water surged across the floor behind us, closer to the electrical cabinet. The next spark jumped farther. We heard it sizzle. Merrick shoved the hatch open. Beyond it was not a room exactly. It was a narrow service passage, raised above the main floor, with pipes running along both walls and a grated walkway bolted over darkness. The camera light showed a drop beneath the grating where water moved fast, reflecting in broken strips. 10 feet ahead, the passage turned left. The air burned, but it was breathable. For now. Merrick, Julian, Rowan, Tessa said, "We go." Dale stays. "I'll come last." Dale grabbed her ankle as she passed. "Tell Caleb I'm here." Tessa looked down. "Stay awake and tell him yourself when we bring him out." We entered the hatch one by one. The walkway flexed under my feet. Not much. Enough. Beneath the grating, water rushed through a trough or lower service channel, black and foaming where it struck unseen corners. The sound filled the passage. It made talking hard. It made thinking worse. Merrick went first with the light. Julian followed with the map folded in his jacket to keep it dry. I went third. Tessa came behind me, breathing through the wet gauze, one arm pressed tight to her ribs. At the turn, the passage narrowed. A pipe had fallen from its brackets and sagged across the walkway at waist height. Merrick ducked under. Julian squeezed after him. I put one hand on the pipe. It shifted. A deep clank echoed beneath us. "Don't use it for support," Julian said. Little late, I crouched lower. My bad rib pinched. The passage seemed to shrink around my shoulders. Sweat ran down my back under my shirt, cold despite the heat. A phone rang ahead, that clean, bright ring. Merrick stopped so abruptly Julian bumped into him. The ringing came from around the next bend, close now, mixed with the water and the faint electric hum behind us. Merrick raised the camera light. The source sat on the grating. A waterproof pouch. White phone inside. Screen lit with no caller ID. Beside it was a smear of blood, fresh enough to shine. Tessa pushed forward. "That's Caleb S." Merrick picked it up with 2 fingers. The screen switched from ringing to a message window. Wrong way, no one spoke. Then, from below the grating, something slammed upward. Merrick shouted and dropped the phone. I stumbled back into Tessa. Julian swung the umbrella pole down through instinct alone. A pale shape thrashed under the grating. A hand. A human hand, reaching through a gap where 2 grates had separated. "Help," Avery screamed. Not ahead, below. Tessa dropped to her knees. "Avery, here, we're here." The terror of it rearranged the map in my head. The passage we were in wasn't bypassing them. It was above them. Pump room sat directly beneath the service walkway, and part of its ceiling grate had shifted open. Merrick shoved the light down through the gap. Avery stood in water nearly to her chest, face white under dirt, one hand hooked through the grate. Her dark hair was plastered to her cheeks. Behind her, Caleb slumped against a yellow rail, head lolling, both hands pressed weakly around his thigh. Blood diluted into the water around him in faint pink threads. The door behind them had a small rectangular window. The glass was cracked inward, and brown water poured through from the corridor outside in hard spurts. "Caleb stuck," Avery shouted. His leg caught. "How?" Tessa asked. "Pipe bracket, underwater. I can't get it loose." The central threat was suddenly not hidden anymore. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a ghost. It was old infrastructure failing in sequence. A sealed shaft reopening, storm runoff redirecting. A lower pump room becoming a bathtub, broken electrical systems waking unpredictably. Teenagers trapped behind a jammed door because a building nobody maintained still had enough shape to kill them. Julian was already scanning the grating. We need to lift this panel. The grate section was 4 feet by 4 feet, bolted on 2 sides, warped loose on the third. Merrick and I grabbed the free edge and pulled. It rose an inch, then caught. Bolts, Julian said. Tessa threw him her multi-tool. He dropped flat and started working the rusted bolts, hands moving fast, but not fast enough. Avery coughed below us. "Please, you're doing good," Tessa said, voice steady. "Keep Caleb's head above water. Keep pressure on his leg. He's not talking." "Caleb," Dale shouted from somewhere behind us, his voice faint through the passage. "Caleb, you listen to me." Caleb's eyelids fluttered. Dale kept shouting, not instructions, not anything useful medically, just memories, dumb uncle stuff, fishing at Presque. Caleb throwing up after too many fair fries, the time he stole Dale's work boots and filled one with gravel. His voice cracked and kept going. The first bolt came free. The second snapped. The grate lifted another few inches. Not enough. Merrick jammed the umbrella pole under it like a lever. Pull, we pulled. The grate screamed upward, metal bending, and suddenly opened wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Tessa looked at me. "I'm going down. With your arm," Merrick said. "I'm the only one who knows what to do with his leg." Julian tied a length of camera strap and gauze into a crude loop around a pipe. Not safe enough. Nothing is safe enough. She lowered herself through the gap. Merrick and I held her under the shoulders until her feet hit whatever submerged floor remained below. She gasped when the water reached her ribs. "Cold," she said through clenched teeth. Then she pushed toward Caleb. Avery tried to help, but Tessa pointed at the grate. "You first." "No, Caleb, you are hypothermic, exhausted, and panicking." "Up, now." Avery looked ready to refuse. Then Caleb made a small, wet sound. That broke her. Merrick and I reached down. Avery grabbed our wrists. She was slippery, heavier than she looked because every piece of clothing was soaked. We hauled. Her knee hit the edge of the grate and she cried out. But Julian got under her arm and dragged her onto the walkway. She collapsed there, shivering so hard her teeth clicked. Merrick put his jacket over her. "Where is Caleb's phone?" he asked without thinking. Avery stared at him. "What? The phone?" "I dropped mine in the slide. Caleb's died last night." Merrick looked at the waterproof pouch on the grate. Nobody had time to discuss that. Below, Tessa had both hands underwater at Caleb's thigh. Her injured arm trembled violently. "He's pinned by a broken pipe hanger," she shouted. "It's cut into his leg. I need leverage." Julian passed the umbrella pole down. Tessa wedged it under the submerged bracket. "Rowan, I need you." My body refused before my mouth could. The gap, the water, the room below, nearly full. The grating pressing close overhead. Tessa looked up at me, hair stuck to her forehead, eyes sharp. "I need your weight on the pole. Merrick's hand is cut. Julian holds the grate. Rowan now." There was no room in that sentence for the old accident. I went down. The water hit my chest and stole every bit of air from me. For a second, I was gone, not metaphorically. Gone. upside down in the car, brown water rising, phone buzzing where I couldn't reach, my ribs screaming, my own breath bouncing back from the roof. Tessa slapped my cheek. Not hard. Enough. Here, she said. Look at me. I looked at her. Push when I say. Caleb's face was inches above the water. He was 19, but with his skin that pale and his lips blue, he looked younger. His blood moved in the water around us and vanished into brown. Tessa had tied a strip of Merck's camera strap above the wound as a tourniquet. Not perfect, better than nothing. She used her good hand to hold pressure and her bad forearm to brace the pole. Push. I pushed. The bracket didn't move. Caleb made a sound through his teeth. Again, Tessa said, I'm hurting him. He drowns if we don't. We pushed again. The bracket shifted. Avery screamed from above. The door, the cracked window in the pump room door gave way. Water blasted through. It hit us from behind like someone opening a fire hose into a closet. Tessa slammed into me. I hit Caleb. His head dipped under. No, Tessa shouted. I grabbed him under the arms and hauled him up. My bad rib flared white. The room became noise. Water, Avery sobbing, Dale shouting from far away, Julian yelling about the grate. Push, Tessa screamed. I put everything into the pole. The bracket bent. Caleb's leg came free. He screamed once, awake now, fully awake, and then sagged. Up, Tessa said. Get him up. Merck and Julian reached through the grate. I shoved from below. Tessa pushed Caleb's injured leg carefully, but urgently, trying not to tear the wound wider. He was dead weight. Water surged around our shoulders now. The ceiling felt lower every second. Merck cried out when Caleb's weight pulled against his cut hand, but he didn't let go. Julian braced one foot against the pipe and hauled. Caleb went through the gap. Then Tessa. I shoved her upward by the waist. She grabbed Julian's hand. Merck caught the back of her shirt. They pulled her onto the walkway, coughing, shaking, swearing. I reached up. My fingers brushed the grate. Then something caught my ankle. For one sharp second, I thought hand. It was not a hand. A cable. A loose electrical conduit or sensor line wrapped around my boot under the water, tightened by the current. The room was nearly full. Rowan, Tessa shouted. I'm caught, short words. No extra air for longer ones. I bent down. My face touched the water. The old panic came back huge and animal. I forced one hand under, found the cable. Slick rubber. Tight around my bootlace. I pulled. It held. Above, Merck shouted, take off the boot. Simple, obvious, impossible feeling. I shoved my heel down, yanked upward, kicked until the boot loosened. Water slapped my chin. My mouth filled with chlorine and mud. I spat, coughed, lost the boot, and lunged up. Hands caught me. 3 pairs. Merck, Julian, Tessa. They dragged me through the grate so hard my ribs hit metal, and something in my side tore or bruised deep enough that I couldn't make sound for a second. Then I was on the walkway, coughing water onto the grating. Below us, pump room befilled the last few inches to the ceiling. The phone in the waterproof pouch rang again. It sat by Merck's knee, bright screen pulsing. No one touched it. Julian looked toward the hatch behind us. We need out before the electrical room floods. We carried Caleb between us as best we could. Avery stumbled behind Merck with one hand on his belt. Tessa kept pressure on Caleb's leg, her own injured arm shaking badly. Dale's voice guided us back through the passage, rough and desperate. The main pump room had changed. Water covered most of the floor now. The electrical cabinet sparked less, which somehow made it worse. It hissed continuously. The jammed main door stood crooked and unreachable across water that might have been live. Dale had dragged himself closer to the hatch, leaving a wet smear from his jeans. "Roof," he said. "There's an inside ladder to the roof access. Behind the panels." "Why didn't you say that?" Merrick snapped. "I was trying not to pass out." Julian found it, a narrow ladder bolted behind old filter control panels, leading to a square roof hatch. Merrick climbed first, then Avery. Julian and I lifted Caleb while Tessa guided his leg, and Dale shoved with what strength he had left. Caleb screamed twice and passed out again. We got him up. Tessa next. Dale last was the worst. He couldn't climb. We tied the camera straps under his arms, used the skimmer pole as a brace, and hauled while he bit down on a strip of gauze and made a sound I still hear sometimes when I'm half asleep. The roof hatch opened to flat sunlight. Real sunlight. Hot tar, pine needles, the ordinary buzz of insects. We spilled onto the roof one by one, soaked, bleeding, shaking. From up there, the park looked almost peaceful again. Then the pump house below us popped. A muffled electrical bang, followed by darkness through the dirty windows, and a thin curl of gray smoke from a roof vent. No explosion, no fireball, just enough to tell us that anyone still inside would not have come back out. Julian crawled to the north edge of the roof with Merrick's phone. He held it high. 1 bar, then 2. He dialed 911. This time, the call connected. No one cheered. No one had the breath. Tessa was already on Caleb, tightening the tourniquet, checking his pulse, telling Avery to keep talking to him, telling Merrick to press gauze here, not there, harder, don't look away. I sat with my back against the raised roof hatch, one boot gone, ribs screaming, water running out of my clothes onto hot tar. Below, somewhere inside the ruined pump house, the ringing phone started again. Clean, bright, patient. Avery lifted her head and stared at the hatch. "That's not mine," she whispered. Tessa didn't look up from Caleb's leg. "Then don't answer it," she said. And none of us did. The first responders did not arrive like they do in videos. There was no perfect line of flashing trucks sweeping through the broken gate, while everyone turned toward salvation in a clean, cinematic beat. For a long time, there was only Julian's voice on the phone, thin and controlled, repeating our location, while the rest of us sat on the roof of the pump house and tried not to look down through the open hatch. Then somewhere beyond the trees, a siren rose and faded, then rose again, then stopped. "They can't find the service road," Merrick said. Nobody answered. He was probably right. Cascade Kingdom had been built back from the main road behind the old mini golf course and a strip of second growth woods. Half the service lanes were overgrown. The front gate was chained. The rear fence gap we had crawled through was not exactly ambulance-friendly. Julian kept talking. "No, northeast corner of the property. Pump house roof. Multiple injured, one unconscious. Possible electrical hazard, flooded lower level. Yes, abandoned water park. Cascade Kingdom. He listened. Yes, I know it's closed. Tessa was kneeling beside Caleb, her wet hair hanging in strings against her cheeks. Her voice had gone quiet and repetitive, which scared me more than if she had been frantic. Caleb, stay with me. Avery, say his name. Keep saying it. Merrick, pressure there. No, not on the knee. Higher. Good. Merrick had both hands pressed around the wad of gauze against Caleb's thigh. His own bandage soaked through red at the palm. His face looked emptied out. No charm, no camera voice, just a man staring at another man's blood and finally understanding the difference between footage and evidence. Avery sat wrapped in Merrick's damp jacket, shaking so hard her shoulders clicked against the roof vent behind her. She had mud along one side of her face and little cuts across her forearms. He kept saying Caleb's name, sometimes like an instruction, sometimes like an apology. Caleb, hey, it's Avery, you're okay. Caleb. Dale lay flat on his back near the roof hatch, one arm over his eyes. Every few seconds he asked, he breathing. And every time Tessa answered, yes. I sat against the raised lip of the hatch with one shoe on, one sock black with pump room water, and my ribs turning each breath into something I had to negotiate. I could feel bruises forming in layers. Shoulder, hip, side. Knuckles scraped raw from the grating. When I closed my eyes, I was still in the room below, water at my mouth, a cable around my ankle. So I kept them open. Above us, the August sky was bright and blank, almost offensive. The sun dried the roof tar until it released a hot, oily smell that mixed with chlorine and wet clothes and blood. Insects moved in the weeds below. Traffic passed beyond the park fence. Normal people were out there buying gas, taking kids to lunch, arguing over groceries. And under us, inside the pump house, the phone rang. It had stopped for a while after Julian connected with 911. Then it started again. Not constant. Every few minutes. 5 or 6 clean rings, then nothing. The sound came up through the open hatch and out through the roof vent, faint but unmistakable. At first, everyone looked at it. By the 4th time, nobody did except Avery. That isn't mine, she whispered again. I believe you, Tessa said, without looking away from Caleb's leg. Dale lowered his arm from his face. Don't answer it. We're not going back in, Julian said. The way he said it made clear he was talking to all of us, but maybe mostly to himself. The first firefighters reached us on foot. 2 men in turnout pants and t-shirts came through the brush behind the pump house, carrying medical bags, breathing hard, followed by a sheriff's deputy with one hand on his radio, and the other held out like he expected the whole building to move. Behind them came more voices, more radios, the distant churn of an engine trying to force its way along the service road. The lead firefighter looked up at us and said, "You've got to be kidding me." Tessa gave a short laugh that had no humor in it. We are extremely not kidding. They got a ladder against the building, then another. They hauled up equipment, assessed Caleb, and began asking questions so quickly that none of us could answer in order. How many injured? How long was he trapped? Was anyone still below? Any known chemicals? Any electrical power active? Who owns the property? Had anyone entered the lower level? At that one, all of us paused. Tessa answered first. We did, through a service hatch. Flooding was rising. Electrical cabinet was sparking. There are chemical fumes near the hatch, not heavy enough to incapacitate us, but enough to irritate eyes and throat. The firefighter stared at her. You EMS, ER tech. He nodded once. Not approval, not forgiveness, just recalibrating. Caleb was lowered first in a rescue basket. The movement woke him enough to scream when his leg shifted. Avery crawled after him, so fast a firefighter had to catch her by the shoulders and slow her down before she slipped on the ladder. I'm going with him, she said. Ma'am, I'm going with him. Nobody argued for long. Dale went next. He tried to refuse the litter until the deputy said, Sir, you can either be carried down carefully or fall down in front of everybody. Dale chose carried, but he looked furious about it. Tessa climbed down under her own power and almost collapsed at the bottom. That was when I realized how much she had been hiding. Her forearm had swollen from wrist to elbow, purple-black under the skin, and her fingers moved stiffly when she tried to flex them. Merrick went after her, silent, holding his injured hand against his chest. Julian stayed with me until last. You good? He asked. I looked at him. He winced. Sorry, terrible question. No, I said, but I can climb. He nodded, then climbed slowly. Halfway down the ladder, my socks slipped on a rung slick with roof grit. My stomach dropped. My side seized. For 1 second, I hung there with my hands locked and my injured ribs screaming. Below, Tessa looked up. She didn't say anything. That helped. I climbed down. The ground felt wrong when I reached it, too solid and too soft at the same time. A paramedic tried to steer me toward a tarp where they were grouping us for triage. I remember telling him I was fine, and Tessa saying from somewhere nearby, he's not, with the exhausted satisfaction of someone finally allowed to contradict me professionally. They took Caleb by ambulance first, siren on. Avery went with him wrapped in a foil blanket, her eyes fixed on the rear doors until they closed. Dale was loaded into another ambulance after shouting to the deputy that his truck was parked behind the closed pizza place. And no, he wasn't giving permission to tow it unless somebody told his sister where Caleb was. Merrick sat on the back bumper of a fire department pickup while a medic unwrapped his hand. His palm had split deeper than he'd admitted. Rust and dirt had worked into the cut. When the medic irrigated it, Merrick turned his head and stared at the wave pool until his jaw stopped trembling. Julian gave his statement standing beside the old pump house map, now damp and torn at one corner. He spoke carefully, refusing to speculate. Old infrastructure, flooding, possible storm culvert failure, unknown intermittent electrical source. 2 miners trapped below grade. Not minors, the deputy corrected. 18 and 19. Julian blinked. Right. I gave my statement wrapped in a blanket I didn't remember accepting. The deputy's name was Rains, female, maybe early 40s, patient in the way people get when they have already decided you are both victim and idiot. She asked how we entered the property. I told her through the fence behind the mini golf course. She wrote it down. She asked why. I said we were filming. She looked at Merrick's camera, now bagged in clear plastic on the hood of a cruiser. Urban exploration. Yeah, permission. No. She wrote that down too. When I told her about the phone ringing, she paused. Your phone? No. One of theirs. Avery said no. Could it have been audio from the camera equipment? No. She looked toward the pump house. By then, firefighters had taped off the entrance and were backing away from the structure until the utility company could confirm power status. A county hazmat truck had been requested. Nobody was going inside again without proper gear. How many phones did you see? She asked. I tried to count. The one in the splash channel, one in Merck's bag, one on the service walkway. Any recovered? The one from Merck's bag, maybe. I don't know. Merck, hearing us, looked over. It's not in the bag. Deputy Rains turned. What? Merck swallowed. The waterproof phone, the one that rang. It was there when we were under the grate. After we got out, I didn't pick it up. My camera bag is there. He pointed to the hood of the cruiser. You can check. They did. No phone. No waterproof pouch. Just Merck's camera body, spare batteries, a wet lens cloth, 2 memory cards, 1 cracked filter, and a protein bar flattened beyond dignity. Deputy Rains did not write that part down right away. She went and spoke to the firefighter who had first reached the roof. He shook his head. Then she came back and asked us separately, which is how I knew she was taking it seriously, even if she didn't like it. By late afternoon, we were at UPMC Hamot in Erie, separated by curtains and paperwork. Caleb went into surgery. His femoral artery had not been severed, which Tessa said later was the only reason he lived. But the pipe bracket had torn muscle and opened a deep wound along his thigh. He needed blood, debridement, and several days of monitoring for infection, because abandoned pump room water is not something you want introduced into your leg. Avery had hypothermia, dehydration, bruised ribs, and a sprained knee. No broken bones, no drowning. She cried when a nurse cut off the crescent moon ring because her fingers had swollen, then apologized to the nurse for crying, which made the nurse look like she might cry too. Dale had a fractured hip socket and a separated shoulder. He told every doctor who came near him that he would be leaving as soon as Caleb woke up. Nobody believed him. Tessa's arm wasn't broken, but the deep tissue bruising was bad, and she had nerve irritation that made 2 fingers numb for weeks. She hated that more than the pain. She made the orthopedic resident explain exactly which nerve, then corrected his pronunciation of one of the muscle groups under her breath. Merck got 6 stitches, a tetanus booster, antibiotics, and the kind of quiet that sits in a person after their worst trait has been dragged into daylight. I had 2 cracked ribs, not the same ones as before, which felt like a bad joke written by a body with no imagination. I also had a sprained wrist, chemical irritation in my throat, and a note on my discharge papers that said acute stress response in language polite enough to make it sound temporary. Maybe it was, maybe not. Police interviewed us again at the hospital, then county investigators, then someone from the property owner's insurance company, whose shoes were too clean and whose questions made Merck stare at the floor until Tessa finally said, 2 people are alive because we stayed, and the man stopped asking about liability for almost 30 seconds. By the next evening, local news had the basics. 2 rescued from abandoned water park after overnight entrapment. The first version made it sound like firefighters had found Caleb and Avery. Later versions mentioned bystanders. None of them named us at first. That was fine. Then Merck's channel got found because the internet can smell blood through drywall. And for about 12 hours, strangers argued over whether he had staged the whole thing. He deleted the teaser he had posted that morning from outside Cascade Kingdom. He did not upload the footage. At least, not then. The official explanation came in pieces over the following weeks, through articles, public records, and one long call from Deputy Rains that I think she made mostly because she was tired of imagining us inventing worse answers. Cascade Kingdom had been built partly over the edge of an old quarry cut, filled and graded decades earlier. Most of the park was safe enough when maintained, but the north drainage system had always been troublesome. Heavy storms in 2009 damaged the storm overflow culvert near the pump house. A later repair sealed off one lower access near Abyssal Plunge, but records were incomplete. Contractors changed, owners changed, and nobody wanted to pay for a proper survey after the park closed. The abyss under the slide was not a bottomless pit. It was worse in the way real things are worse. A failed drainage shaft, a partially collapsed service corridor, and a pocket of old quarry void beneath the pump rooms had created a hidden sump that filled and drained unpredictably after heavy rain. Caleb and Avery had entered through a lower maintenance hatch Dale knew about, one that should have been welded shut, but wasn't. Their door jammed when the frame shifted. Then runoff from the cracked slide channel and blocked culvert redirected into the lower rooms. The intermittent power had a boring explanation too, though nobody called it safe. An illegal copper theft years earlier had left part of the electrical system exposed. A utility feed believed inactive still carried intermittent voltage from a misidentified service connection near the old mini golf property. When floodwater reached the panel, it energized parts of the pump house. Lucky nobody died, Deputy Rains said. I was in my apartment when she called, sitting at my kitchen table with my discharge papers still in a pile beside unopened mail. Lucky, I repeated. She heard whatever was in my voice and didn't argue. They found Rowan Pike's missing boot 2 days later. That is a strange sentence to say about yourself, but by then the boot had become an item on a list. Recovered from pump room B mud contaminated. Returned. No. Discarded as biohazard. They found Caleb's dead phone in his backpack. They found Avery's phone lodged halfway down the Abyssal Plunge tube, cracked but recoverable. It had sent the early photos and texts when signal flickered through the opening near the slide, then died when water got into the charging port. They found the white phone in the splash channel. It belonged to a boy named Ryan Kelleher, 17, who had been cited for trespassing at Cascade Kingdom in 2018. His mother had reported the phone stolen around the same time. He was alive, living in Buffalo, and told investigators he had dropped it during a dare and never came back for it. Fine. That explained one. It did not explain the phone in Merrick's bag or the one on the service walkway. Officially, those were treated as confusion under stress. Multiple wet phones, poor visibility, adrenaline, inconsistent witness accounts. Deputy Raines didn't say that to insult us. She said it because paperwork needs gravity. It cannot float around waiting for the world to make perfect sense. A month after Cascade Kingdom, Merrick invited us to his apartment in Pittsburgh. I almost didn't go. Tessa went because she said avoidance was a luxury we had not earned. Julian was still in the States, staying with a cousin near Cleveland while he sorted insurance and replacement equipment. Dale did not come. Caleb was in rehab by then and had sent Tessa a message that said, "Tell everyone I owe them my leg and probably my life. Also tell Merrick his channel sucks." Merrick had printed it and stuck it to his fridge. We sat in his living room with takeout containers on the coffee table and nobody eating much. His hand was still bandaged. Tessa's fingers still tingled if she held a cup too long. Julian had a faint chemical cough that came and went. I sat nearest the door without meaning to. Merrick connected his camera to the TV. "I'm not posting it," he said before anyone asked. Tessa folded her arms. "Then why are we watching?" "Because there's one part I need you to see." He skipped through footage, the fence, the wave pool, the slide sign, the top platform, our voices before we understood anything. I hated hearing myself joke. I hated Merrick's laugh. I hated how alive we sounded before the pump house. Then came the service passage. The image shook badly. Camera light bouncing off pipes. My back ahead of the lens. Tessa shouting from behind. Water below the grating. Merrick paused. "There," he said. On screen, the waterproof phone sat on the grating beside the smear of blood. The screen was lit. No caller ID. Then the message appeared. Wrong way. Tessa leaned forward. "Pause." "It is paused." Julian stood and moved closer to the TV. The phone was there, clear enough. Not imagined, not stress. A white phone in a waterproof pouch none of us had brought in. Merrick played the next few seconds. The hand slammed up through the grate. We all flinched, even knowing what it was. The camera dropped. The image blurred. When it steadied again, the phone was gone, not picked up, not kicked, gone from the visible section of grating. "Maybe it slid through," Julian said, but he did not sound convinced. "Maybe," Merrick said. Tessa looked at him. "Did you send this to Raines?" "Yeah." "And?" She said video compression and motion blur make it hard to determine object continuity. "That sounds like cop for I hate this." It did. We watched it again, then once more. Nobody found an answer hiding in the pixels. Eventually, Tessa stood and took the remote from Merrick. "Turn it off." He did. The room settled around us. Refrigerator hum, traffic outside, somebody laughing on the sidewalk below, then a car door shutting. Ordinary sounds, all of them. I focused on those. Merrick looked at me. "You okay?" I waited for Tessa to correct him. She didn't. "I don't know," I said. That answer felt better than fine. Cascade Kingdom was demolished that winter. Not immediately. Nothing official happens immediately unless rich people are inconvenienced. But after the rescue, the county fenced it properly. The owner got sued by everyone with a pen, and crews finally came in with excavators. They tore down the slide tower first. The local paper ran a photo of the blue tube lying in sections across the mud, ordinary as drainage pipe. The headline used the word abyss because of course it did. I saved the article and never opened it again. Caleb survived. He walked with a cane for a while, then without one. He and Avery broke up, according to Tessa, then got back together, then broke up again in the messy way of young people who have shared a disaster and mistake that for a future. Dale took a plea deal for breaking into Merrick's car and disabling it. Probation, restitution, community service. Merrick did not push for more. Tessa went back to work before she was supposed to. Julian went back to England and mailed me a fresh paper map of Presque Isle as a joke I did not understand until I opened it and saw he had circled every public restroom, ranger station, and exit route in red pen. Merrick still makes videos, but not of abandoned places. He does repair tutorials now. Old cameras, mostly. His thumbnails are still terrible. As for me, I still don't like enclosed slides, or culverts, or any place where water moves below concrete where you can hear it but not see it. But I can drive in rain again. Most days. There's one thing I haven't told many people. 3 weeks after the demolition started, I got a call from an unknown number at 2:17 in the morning. My phone rang once before I woke up, once while I stared at the ceiling, and once while I reached for it. The screen showed no caller ID. I didn't answer. The ringing stopped. A voicemail appeared, 3 seconds long. For a long time, I didn't play it. Then I did, because fear is patient, but curiosity has sharper teeth. There were no words, just water moving somewhere enclosed, a hollow plastic echo, and very faintly, beneath the static, the clean, bright sound of another phone ringing farther away. I deleted it. Then I got up, turned on every light in my apartment, and sat at the kitchen table until morning made the windows look normal again. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.